interdisciplinary university community collaborative designed to meet the needs of the nonprofit and voluntary sector in this province of Saskatchewan. As we gather here today as a community, I would like to acknowledge that we are gathering on Treaty 4 land, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. Let's take a moment to honor and pay respect to the First Nations and Métis people for this gathering that we hope will deepen relationships with one another around a topic of great importance: community. I'm also delighted to welcome you to this innovation place, a beautiful complex that is home to over 1,200 employees from 33 organizations that includes some of the leading information technology and environmental science corporations in our province, country, and the world. We wish to thank the staff at Innovation Place, particularly Jenna and Michelle, for making this beautiful open space available to help us explore this important question that we will discuss today: how can universities contribute to community success? I would also like at this beginning to acknowledge the generous financial support of the Community Initiatives Fund, who provided funding for our keynote speaker and the event today. The purpose of this forum is to bring members of the university, faculty, students, staff, and community, citizens, capacity builders, nonprofit and volunteer organizations together to begin a two-way dialogue between the university and the community, creating reciprocal partnerships and leveraging the knowledge and expertise that we each have to address social challenges. This forum is one of many ways that the University of Regina and its federated colleges are engaged in our communities. And as we move forward, we want to know from you how we can best work together to share university knowledge and resources to not only increase the efficiency of relationships, but our collective impact. All right, before I introduce our speakers this morning and before we start with a smudging ceremony, I'd like to just go over a few housekeeping items. Your information packet that you got when you signed in includes many things, including the program agenda, which has the format for the day. You'll notice there is a place for a short break and for time to visit the volunteer programs that have their booths set up. There's a list of roundtable questions that we will choose to discuss later in the day. So make sure you look through that list sometime and choose 2 questions that you would like to discuss. We will try to keep the introduction to speakers to a minimum. The fuller bios are all in the packet, and you can look them up there. Similarly, with the wonderful folks who are back there with the different volunteer and nonprofit programs and their contact information, you'll find it all in your packet. We'll be using a chime to keep us on track and to move you through, especially the roundtable discussions. And I'm not going to try it out because I don't know how it works. Somebody else is going to do that. All right. Bathrooms, that's a very important thing to know. So they're just here to, I guess, my right, your left, just a short way down the hallway to the left then. Please note that this event is being live streamed and recorded so that people who are out in especially the northern and rural parts of the province can benefit from the event. And very importantly, there are door prizes. So please stick around right to the end because that's when we will have the door prizes. You will find a raffle ticket in the back of your name tag, and that's what will be used to for the door prizes. And there are several great prizes, which we want to thank Sarah Gallagher of St. John Ambulance and Rob Harrison of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders Association for. Now, finally, don't forget to follow the forum on Twitter. I don't use that, so you just figure out what that means. If you do Twitter, I'm sure you know. and share the experience with those who cannot be with us today. And the hashtag is VSSN Forum 2018. It's also on the tags on your table. So at this time, I would, by the way, we're going to have the smudging ceremony, and so we're going to go offline at this time. So just any of people who are watching from afar, there'll just be a pause while we do.
of our heritage, as well as the heritage of our students and our children in the future. I'm a relatively new person at the university. I just started at the university about 8 weeks ago. Having said that, though, as I reflected on the topic of today's forum, connection with our community, I realized that I've actually been connected with the university for a fairly significant part of my life. I grew up in Regina and attended several youth basketball camps here as a youngster. I've taken several classes, both through the university and through the continuing education campus at College Avenue. I've participated as a board member on the University of Regina Rams football team. I've hired several of the university grads in previous employment that I had at Sastel and at Evraz Place. I've worked with the university representatives in the promotion of our city through economic development, and I've served as a volunteer judge for JDC West teams. And through all of that, I recognized that I enjoyed my connections with the university so much that it was just appropriate that I come and work at the university. When one steps back to take stock, the university is really central to so many things that bring a community together. And it's evident to me that our university, the University of Regina, is delivering on its motto, as one who serves. Our university is conducting research that will benefit so many people in our community and communities across Canada. Some examples of this, as many of you have maybe have recently heard, is the recent announcement of the $30 million in federal funding that we've received going into research into prevention and treatment of post-traumatic stress injuries in Canada's first responders, a career and a profession that we rely on so much to keep us safe and to keep the people that we love safe. In addition to that, there's the work of researchers in the George Reed Center on campus. There's the work of many of our individual researchers. I see one of them here today, Holly Bartoots, that I've just recently met, and so many others that I know are on campus doing research to help the community and to help the country and the globe that we live in. We also offer community-based education and learning opportunities. We have the Center for Continuing Education, which benefits people of all ages. We also have recently hosted programs such as the Inspiring Leadership Forum, which was held in early March for about 600 women and men to have personal development. That's led by our president. Just as we contribute to the community, we're lucky to have strong community partners who contribute to us. The partnerships that we have in our community support such things as Regina-based and provincial businesses participating in our cooperative education program, employing our students and providing them with opportunities for experiential learning. Community engagement just doesn't support the university. Do you know that the university actually contributes $0.5 billion to the city and to the province in economic impact every year? That's a fairly significant number, and one that I think is fairly awe-inspiring when you consider the impact to a province and a city our size. Today's forum is a wonderful opportunity to discuss and learn more about our connection with our communities, specifically explore the question of how we can contribute to the success of the not-for-profit sector, how beneficial it is to extend the conversation from the voluntary sector studies network at Luther College to the wider campus and the wider community. And I want to thank all of you for that and for your participation today. Today, we're honored to have someone as distinguished as Dr. David Rentz from the Midwest Center for Not-for-Profit Leadership at the University of Missouri, Kansas City with us, and we're thrilled that local leaders are participating on the panel as well. This promises to be a very fruitful day, and on behalf of President Timmons, again, I'd like to extend our best wishes for a successful forum. I hope that you enjoy your day and you take a lot away from the presentations today. Thank you.
So sharing greetings on behalf of First Nations University is Bettina Schneider, Associate Vice President Academic at First Nations University of Canada.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I really want to thank all of the organizers here for organizing and making this possible today, bringing us all together to share and learn from one another. I know that I wanted to first bring greetings on behalf of our president, President Doc Stater, and our vice president academic, Dr. Bob Casius. And we all really value the work of the nonprofit community. We value community. It's at the heart of what we do at First Nations University. It guides our vision. It guides our classes. It guides our research, our everyday. You know, it's crucial for us, and I know for the larger university community as well, to take guidance from the community, to understand what their needs and priorities are, to truly embrace a community-driven model in terms of the work we do. And so the more that we can have that engagement with the nonprofit sector, the more we can really have meaningful, deep discussions about where the priorities are, what the needs are. I think the more we can truly tighten those bonds and that relationship between the university and the larger community, the larger nonprofit sector. So I can't thank Luther enough for today, and for all of you to being here. And I know this. I'm excited to see what comes out of today and the discussions that we'll have. So thank you very much, and I hope everyone has an incredible afternoon.
So next, I would like to introduce to you President John Meehan, who will provide welcoming remarks from Luther's sister college, Campion College.
Thank you very much, Volker. It's an honor to be here today and to see so many people here to work on relations between community and the university. I'd like to recognize that we are on Treaty 4 land and the homeland of the Métis, and to honor not only the land, but also the people, the cultures, the history, and the spiritualities of our First Nations brothers and sisters. And I'm so glad to see Noel and Langan here. And Noel and Langan have taught me quite a bit, especially about relationship and how relationship is at the heart of community and reconciliation. Campion is one of the 3 federated colleges at this university, and we're also the only Jesuit undergraduate college in Canada. And so we have a mission to form men and women for others. Our mission actually is quite simple. It's to form the whole person, socially, intellectually, and spiritually, for service to society. So everything that we're talking about today is very much in keeping with our mission at Campion. And we do so not just on our own, but in collaboration with our federated partners and with the wider community. And we know that our graduates are trained not only for a career, but especially a vocation of service. We instill in our graduates, our students, a sense of giving back to community in ways that make it more compassionate, more just, and more human. And certainly in an age where people are building walls, we're dedicated to building bridges, to understanding the other, and to learning what the other has to teach us. In recent years, this long-standing commitment to community engagement, we just celebrated our 100th anniversary, and we've been doing this for a long time, but it evolves. And so the newest addition to that is our Engaged Learning program. And we're quite proud of it. And I'm quite proud of our Engaged Learning coordinator, Sarah Hanna, who's sitting here, and who you will hear from later on today. Sarah connects students with dozens of local service agencies, and it's not just service work. They get credit for it in their courses, and Sarah helps them reflect on this experience and how it's transformed them as a person. Our philosophy is that education is to transform the human person, to go out then and transform our society. We also provide financial support to students for overseas service learning projects, and I'm happy to give that money away for students who are going overseas to make a difference. As the great Canadian humanitarian Jean Vanier wrote in his book, Community and Growth, a community that is growing rich and seeks only to defend its goods and its reputation is dying. It has ceased to grow in love. A community is alive when it is poor and its members feel that they have to work together and remain united. It is only when we stand up with all our failings and sufferings and try to support one another rather than withdraw into ourselves that we can fully live the life of community. On behalf of Campion College, I hope that your discussion and discernment today is blessed with much wisdom, courage, and compassion. You are truly making a difference in our community and in our world. Thank you very much.
And finally, I'd like to call forward Luther College President, Dr. Brian Hillis.
I think the last time I shook Volker's hand was when he became dean 6 years ago. So it was quite an experience right there. I thank you very much. I want to welcome you all on behalf of Luther College to this important forum. Luther College has always been concerned about issues of social justice and community engagement. From the time I was a student here, I remember those being themes in our classes. And since I've been a faculty member here, I know that it has been something that really does engage the research of our faculty in so many areas. When our faculty a few years ago were considering strategic initiatives by which we would distinguish ourselves on this university campus, something like the Voluntary Sector Studies Network came to mind. Something in which our research would engage the community was top of mind. Early pioneers in the development of this idea were Dr. Gloria DeSantis. Is Gloria here today? No. Now in the University Department of Human Justice, Dr. Brenda Anderson, Dr. Mary Vetter, and of course our Dean Volker Greifenhagen. Soon there was a steering committee in which other faculty like Roger Petrie and many others became involved. But the entire faculty were from the very beginning interested in this project and wanted us to make funds available to move something like VSSN forward. Because it so fit with the motto of our college, which is to think deeply, act passionately, and live faithfully. Key aspects of what VSSN would become soon became evident: education, community engagement, and research. A steering committee was formed, as I've said, and the basic forum took place. It really took off, however, with the arrival of Dr. Yvonne Harrison about 9 months ago, whose energy, research, connections, expertise, and overall vision of what VSSN should become, VSSN has really taken off. So Luther College is very happy to invite you to this forum of VSSN, in which we welcome the community, but also the university, frankly, to engage this topic as a university sector. Because this research, this idea of research and community and engagement has always been at the very heart of what VSSN was meant to be. I want to thank all the organizers of the forum, but I'm going to lift up in particular Jennifer Bilan, who provides so much support to the program, and as I've mentioned, Dr. Yvonne Harrison, whose creativity and energy really went into developing this conference. I look forward to listening, perhaps even participating, but I know that this will be a great conference, and I wish you all of God's richest blessings in our deliberations here today. Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to move into the main event. And so I'd like to call the director of the Voluntary Sector Studies Network, Dr. Yvonne Harrison, forward to introduce the keynote speaker.
Thank you for those wonderful introductions, and welcome today. And thank you to Noel and to Langan for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us and acknowledging the sacred land that we're on. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Dr. David Renz, our keynote speaker today. I first came to know David in 2002 when I was a PhD student at the University of Victoria in the School of Public Administration, and I was working with Professor Vic Murray on a nonprofit and voluntary sector research project. And this project was on the adoption, the extent to which nonprofit and voluntary sector organizations had adopted computers, the internet, and software that the government of Canada had made available to them. That they were a bit concerned about a decline in volunteerism and wanted to make tools available to recruit a new supply of volunteers. And as we were putting the finishing touches on our research, Vic proposed to me that there was a really great conference that we really needed to attend and share and discuss our work. And this conference was the conference of the Association for Nonprofit Organizations, or Research in Nonprofit Organizations and Voluntary Action, known as ARNOVA. And now, David probably doesn't remember meeting me at this conference, but I remember meeting David and other members of ARNOVA, who I recall I was very impressed with. I was very impressed with the quality of the research and the discourse around nonprofit and voluntary scholarship. But also the community that was built around it of scholars and people who are not only interested in scholarship, but where scholarship was emerging from, and that was from the ground and community. And having known David over the years, I've come to appreciate his passion for nonprofit and voluntary sector research, but also his expertise and his mentorship and development of both community and scholars in the field. And I'm so happy that he's able to share some of that knowledge with us today. Just his bio is in your packets, but I'll just draw highlights to a few things. He is the Beth K. Smith Missouri Chair in Nonprofit Leadership and Director of the Midwest Center for Nonprofit Leadership, an education, research, and outreach center of the Block School of Management at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. The mission of the Midwest Center, which I've attended through many events there, is really high quality, community-oriented education, applied research, and problem solving. And through his work over the last 25 or so years at the Midwest Center, he's really developed an engaged and vibrant community of practice that benefits both the university and the community. In addition to all of the accomplishments in his bio, he is the 2017 recipient of ARNOVA's Distinguished Achievement and Leadership in Nonprofit and Voluntary Action Research Award that recognizes outstanding achievements in the field of nonprofit and voluntary action research and significant leadership achievements in the advancement and promotion of research over an extended period of time. David is no stranger to the cold. He grew up in Minnesota, where he earned his PhD in organization theory and design at the University of Minnesota. So let's give him a warm prairie welcome and thank him for being here today.
Well, thank you very much, Yvonne. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. It's always interesting to hear and have your bio read. It's kind of a cross between an obituary and a promise, all in one. That said, and I appreciate your acknowledging the award I received, although I did call my wife after I'd been informed that I was about to receive it and said, okay, I've been officially declared old now. So, but I'm happy to be with you and share maybe some insights of some of the things I've learned while getting older, and specifically working in the academic environment. I want to thank you very much for the invitation to be with you today for this exciting, important event. As we explore, you explore, but I'm delighted to be with you and talking about this as we explore how to take the work of the university, the community engagement, to a new level of, I'm going to watch my time here because I'm going to go on forever if I don't watch it. Looking at a new level of engagement in Regina, but also throughout the whole province. And I'm delighted that the effort has been made to connect the dots, connect the communications beyond just this room and this campus, as important as that is. The focus of today's forum, the question posed in the title, I think are especially timely and significant. And it's a pleasure to talk with you about your thoughts, and that's why we have multiple structures for engagement and interaction as we go through the session. We want to think about how your thoughts and experiences can be leveraged to achieve even greater impact and value for communities, citizens, and for our universities as we look ahead from this point. When it comes to working with universities and communities, I have a fair amount of experience, and from multiple perspectives. I am, as you know, a university faculty member. As you heard, I direct a university-based nonprofit center. I'm proud that we've actually been acknowledged as one of the most actively engaged community-based centers in the country and to some extent beyond. I'm proud of those connections between community and the academy. Maybe part of what's helped that is that I also do have experience as a senior government official in the US, several years as an executive in a state government regulatory agency, and several years as the executive director of a metropolitan regional planning and development agency for a region of about 2 million people, the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And I also have some research that's relevant as well. Actually, early in my career, I invested a lot of time in studying community advocacy and protest movements and how they tried to make change and have impact in communities and how they linked with or fought against, depending on how it went, established organizations and community leaders to achieve success. All those experiences contribute to a perspective that I think helps me effectively lead a center and a university program, a center that in some ways is like your VSSN. Every one of these is a little different and should be, but our focus is very much to facilitate and bridge boundaries, to get the academic practice worlds, those of us who live in those worlds, and of course none of us lives in one of those places. We all have shared identities, places, and so on. And so it's interesting when we sometimes get so caught up or engaged or maybe even sometimes trapped in one setting that we forget about the other hats and opportunities. But as we work together, we can build the capacity and well-being of our communities and citizens. Our tagline at the Midwest Center is actually building healthier communities through nonprofit leadership. That's not to the exclusion of government, but it is in fact recognizing the distinct role of the voluntary and nonprofit sector. I moved to Kansas City, it's a metropolitan region in the very middle of the US, about 25 years ago to develop this center. As I mentioned, we have a strong reputation for community engagement. I'm pleased to share some of the things that we've learned and that we've worked on as I go through my presentation today. But please know that I'm sharing these as some examples of things that made sense for us in our community, working with our colleagues. They may be of use to you, but I will tell you right now, one of the phrases that many of my academic colleagues use that I greatly dislike is the phrase best practices. Until we understand the context, the challenges, the life stages and needs of the communities and constituents we work with, we have no legitimate basis to say something is or isn't best. That's not to say there aren't better and worse things to do. And frankly, if you're a nonprofit agency, we're in favor of you having enough money that you stay alive. Survival's a good goal. Just shouldn't be the only one. So I'm hoping that this discussion today, the structure that Yvonne and the network has set up, will in fact be of value to your communities as you think about where are you today and where are you going. Our ideal, of course, is that this is a vehicle for dialogue that informs the ways that you can collectively work together and engage many more folks than are even in this room as you engage in what Yvonne referred to earlier as a community of practice to enhance the success of everyone in these relationships. And when we talk about the theme for today, realizing our potential for universities to contribute to community success, I'm thinking about how we can increase the frequency, the scope, the impact of engagement. And frankly, I want to encourage you to think regularly about this as a relationship with all of the dimensions of complexity, but also the reciprocity and interaction that occurs in that relationship. I'm occasionally embarrassed. I don't believe this is a problem here, but I'm occasionally embarrassed with some of my colleagues in U.S. universities that the only time the university arrives in a neighborhood or a community is when they're the subject of some study. And I have to tell you honestly, I won't identify the institution by name. I once went to St. Louis, another city in the middle of the U.S., to do a workshop on nonprofit agency boards. And somebody told me they were glad I came for something other than studying them, that the university down the road only showed up when it was time to get respondents for a survey or subjects for a study. And, I'll say candidly, that's the kind of relationship that we need to get beyond. I'm delighted to say everything I've learned about what's going on here and what you aspire to see moving ahead will move well beyond that. It's not that we shouldn't survey our community colleagues. It's great and important to know what's going on, what people need, how they see things. But if it's a relationship, we're there more often and more regularly, and we're in dialogue, and that's part of what I hope to discuss. I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple of the key things that I've learned in some of the work that we've done, and then frankly, I'll just share some examples of what we've been doing at the Midwest Center in case they are of interest to you. It seems so logical when we talk about university community engagement. You've heard already from the leaders of your institutions about some of the great things that are going on. It's kind of strange, why don't we do this all the time? The benefits seem pretty obvious to everybody. But yet, when it's time for us to continue to grow and develop these things, to pursue even deeper relationships with each other, the reality is there's a myriad of forces that are out there that can undermine or delay our action and slow us down. For one, frankly, I've learned that the urgency of the short term and what's required of us, each of us, whether we're in a nonprofit agency, a government agency, a faculty role, whatever it is, the urgency of what we do day to day often gets in the way of progressing on bigger, longer term ideas and plans. It can be so challenging just to do the stuff you have to do every day that even though it's on the back of our minds to say, oh yeah, there's an opportunity, we could go out and connect more. Oftentimes it's kind of like, well, I'll have to do that tomorrow as soon as I have time. And when do we have time? One of the exciting things about your forum today is that all of you working together can help encourage and create opportunities for each other to have time, to share time and make time, so that you can get to this level of greater engagement. Now, the truth is, even while everybody has talents and gifts worth sharing and leveraging, there's another issue as well. We don't always have the shared perspective about how to do this in a productive way. And so that's a key point that I'm delighted to see in today's forum. How we work with each other in community, taking the relationships and connections and linkages that you already have grown and developed, but you can take them to a next level, to an even more powerful level. And again, that notion of community of practice, when we're a community of people working to help each other grow, develop, and succeed, and take it to a new level of impact along the way. I think that's especially exciting here in Regina and in Saskatchewan, because the launch of the next generation of this VSSN can work with you to be a vehicle and a resource to take the power of university community engagement to a new level. This is not new for you, of course. You're not starting at ground zero. I look around the room, I see the exhibits, I know from the backgrounds and the bios of our collaborators in this forum, there's a lot of wonderful work underway. And the reality is you're coming together as a community to share your understanding of what you've done. And I think that's part of the real opportunity. Frankly, I hope you're here partly to celebrate the fact that, in fact, there is something here. There's a here, or a there, whatever. You may not even know it and celebrate it. And frankly, when you're a person like me who kind of gets these ideas and then you charge off trying to get them done, sometimes you forget to stop and recognize and celebrate the power of what has happened as we come together in community. And I encourage you to do that today, to celebrate with each other even what's happening now while talking about the possibilities for the future. I commend you for investing your time in the forum. So the people who are here today are from multiple institutions, multiple roles, different disciplines and fields of practice. Everybody here understands that there's so much more that can be done when we work together across boundaries to capitalize on our diversity, all kinds of diversity, to share our talents and leverage our experiences. But engagement means that we're connecting, bridging, and developing relationships that cross boundaries that, quite honestly, I find often resist being crossed. In fact, those boundaries tend to be even tougher to get across in times of financial tightness, when we've got more work to do than ever, you just don't have the chance to sit back and say, how could we be more strategic? How could we leverage these things? The cliche in some of our work is that the urgent always drives out the important. And one of the things that we want to think about is, okay, let's collectively grow a discipline to keep connected and think about where and how we can actually go. Some of the forces that work against us are just the natural conditions of life, but frankly, some of it is the real power and leverage comes of the diversity that's here. But the more you work with with increasingly diverse environments, the more difficult it can be. And so that's where we need to set the foundation and understand work from shared principles on the way to actually leveraging these forces. In fact, I sometimes like to use the metaphor of Aikido. And when I'm working with groups in small workshops, I usually find out if there are any Aikido masters in the group. It's a martial art, mostly defense-oriented, but it's a martial art. I don't know if anybody here is an Aikido master or not. The truth is, Aikido is a wonderful thing as a metaphor, and I know nothing better about it than that. That said, core principles of Aikido that I think are really important for us in our institutions at this time in our evolution, probably was always real, but is the Aikido master leverages the forces that are in play. First, to help keep them from hurting or damaging them, which is why this is an art of self-defense, but then to the extent you can, actually leveraging those forces to move in directions and achieve things that you want. And so the core principles of Aikido, this martial art, I think are actually relevant for us as we work across boundaries in our community. The principle of embracing those forces, but being flexible. The metaphor in a literal sense for a Western guy like me is, all right, there's a force coming at me, they're trying to get me, so I'm going to take it. I'm tough. I'm going to put up with that. The Aikido master, Aikido, if you've seen it, actually looks like a dance because the flow is so smooth. The master of Aikido sees that force coming, the person, even if they're coming to attack them, and they embrace them, but they then move out of the way. And it looks like a dance because it's kind of like you're being attacked from this side. So, oh, okay, you want to go there. So I will help you go there. It really is incredibly smooth. And of course, when you become a master at identifying, seeing, and then acting with those forces, we can, at best, make them work to our benefit. And that's the whole idea of achieving synergy across the multiple disciplines, roles, community actions, things like that. One of the ways that I think has been really important, and in fact, it's a model that's developed in a fair amount of the United States. It's become popular, although I have mixed feelings about it, as I'll explain in a minute. There's an approach for addressing complex problems and wicked problems. I'm sure many of you have thought about wicked problems and talked about them. Problems that are intractable, they transcend boundaries and silos and hierarchical lines because they're so complex. The approach, Yvonne mentioned it a little bit earlier on, as did Dean Grievenhagen, is the notion of collective impact. And there's a consulting group that kind of pushed it, and that kind of screwed it up. But the principles behind collective impact are really significant. And in fact, I have a few things that are on slides. By the way, we'll post the slides with VSSN if you want to take a look at these. But the point to make about the collective impact notion is that this is explicitly an approach that communities use when they have come to realize that there is no way to address a problem or a cluster of problems short of coming together to collectively address them, because no single actors, no matter how powerful they are, whether they're governmental actors, whether they're nonprofit actors, whether the universities with the resources they have, no small cluster of actors can do this until they develop a relationship. And the notion of having a true collective impact to advance university community engagement means that you come together to develop a shared agenda. And I hope that our conversation today advances that idea, thinking about, well, what is the shared agenda that we collectively can come to? Each of us has our individual things we have to address, but then there are the things that join us. What are they? By the way, Once you've identified that shared agenda, the second element of this approach is to actually say, how do we judge if we're making any difference? The notion of shared measurement. How would we judge? It's great to have wonderful things happening, but are we willing to actually be committed enough that we would say we will assess on a regular basis how we are growing and developing this kind of engagement for community impact? The essence of this that is already integral to your community and university engagements is the third of the elements, which is that a collective impact process includes mutually reinforcing activities. Multiple stakeholders and organizations from multiple perspectives coming together, each to share their talents and gifts, whatever they can bring to the table that will help address the problem. And we're talking about how we will do it together, as opposed to simply being a group of disparate actors who are doing things on our own in the hope that it will collectively add up to something. Some of the toughest problems we're dealing with, I suspect some of the toughest problems you have in the province here, are issues that aren't going to be addressed just by good action by individual actors. It's when we synthesize that energy and take it to a level that none of us individually can bring by ourselves, which of course means it's a relationship that requires regular communication, a core piece of what we're doing today. And frankly, the fifth of the elements that generally appears in a collective impact approach is that there is some kind of a backbone structure that helps organize, not run it, but facilitate it and support it. And to me, the VSSN network is essentially that kind of a notion. It's not about running it, but it is about facilitating, hosting it. I mean, candidly, just like today's forum, inviting people to come together to say, what are we working on? What do we care about? Where could we best connect and energize ourselves? Now, I will tell you candidly, one of the values of the collective impact approach in the US has been undermined too often because it's been used by top-down structures to control people and tell them what to do rather than facilitate collective action. You've got a potential to do that in a completely different way. The lack of legitimacy that collective impact has earned in some parts of my country come from disrespected grassroots community values, principles, and legitimacy. But it doesn't have to be so. This is like all tools. The question is it being used well? Is it being used in a way that it can enhance, building on the conditions and context of the communities we're serving, and staying true or even surfacing and amplifying and making it clear what are the principles and values that collectively guide and inform what we do when we come together. So today, as we're doing this, you're coming together as a community, and we have this dialogue here. And some of the questions that ideally we address in these kind of scenarios are questions like, what are those core principles and values that we share about the power of community university engagement and how we engage with each other? What are the talents, assets, and gifts that each of us can bring to that effort? And when and how should we best engage those gifts? I have worked occasionally in university settings where the rule was every faculty member needs to go out and be in the community doing the same things. That's crazy. We each have different talents, skills, and abilities. And frankly, I've got a couple of colleagues that I don't want to unleash on any nonprofit in town. I think we need to keep them in the corner doing research. And frankly, they're doing some spectacular research. And then others of us can help with the translation, the application, the sharing. Again, what are the talents and gifts that we uniquely can bring as a group that will help us go forward? And frankly, it's legitimate and necessary for us to understand what each of us, and by extension, the institutions and communities we represent, need to gain from our work when we invest in working together. Each of us has to answer, what do we need in our organization, in our roles, in the way of support and results so that it strengthens from this engagement initiative, so that it strengthens our performance? These are relationships with all of the power and all of the messiness that comes from real, authentic relationships. But it is worth it when the result is stronger, healthier communities that meet the needs of all their citizens. Now, let me share a couple of things we've done at the Midwest Center in our work, specifically to try to live up to that in our community. I share this really just as food for thought as you're thinking about where we might go. So, and I apologize that the lightness in the room makes this a little hard to see, but the simple graphic here simply illustrates that the Midwest Center is part of intersecting with the community and the public university. The University of Missouri Kansas City is a public university system in the middle of the country. Our mission is to enhance the performance and effectiveness of individuals and organizations in the nonprofit sector, and we do that through quality community-focused education, applied research, problem solving, and service. Our ideal is that we engage the resource and talents of, and by the way, this has actually been our founding statement since I got there. I didn't found the center, but the guy who created it then went and worked for a foundation and got rich, and I came in and kind of picked up the story and had a chance to actually paint on a fairly blank portfolio. But our focus from the beginning, the center engages the resources and talents of the university and the nonprofit sector to address the challenges and issues facing our communities so its members are better prepared to serve. So our vision is that we're a center for learning, we're a center for education, inquiry, and dialogue, and we're a center to support, and by the way, I think this is increasingly critical, we're a center for renewal of people and organizations working in community. Because there are times when this stuff gets really hard and we need to pull away a little bit and just support each other as we're doing this hard work. So we work on growing community capacity, we work on strengthening governance and the effectiveness of boards. I work a lot with nonprofit and governing boards. We work on improving nonprofit and agency accountability and effectiveness. We're doing a lot of development work trying to help people figure out how do we do this well and respectfully in ways that enhance our potential to have an impact for the future in the community. And a lot of that includes facilitating service integration and collaboration so that actors in the community can work together better. So we do education and training. We produce informational reports. We do some online webinars, not as many as we should, frankly, but we do some of those. We do non-credit public workshops. We do graduate level courses that actually have half graduate students and half community members sitting in on the classes. I will tell you candidly that those classes are the ones that nonprofit leaders most want. What's the single most popular topic? You know what it is. It's fundraising. We have 9 fundraising classes. I mean, they have different facets of fundraising. One's on grant writing, one's on major gift solicitation. I mean, all those kinds of things. But part of the connection there, similar to what some of you are doing as well, is we've got seats for both folks, both groups to come together, and they learn. We have certificate programs. We do facilitate and support service learning, just as many of you in this room have been doing. Of course, we do have conventional degrees for those who are most serious about it. We also do research, and our goal is sometimes to develop new knowledge, but I'll tell you candidly, one of the critical things that we have been most appreciated for, at least that's what they tell me, is that we understand the research so that we can help people in the practice community make sense of what's going on. We can help them apply it. Now, this is going to astonish most of you, but it turns out that several of my academic colleagues who are incredibly bright write in ways that nobody can make sense of what they're saying unless they were right there in the writing process with them. I'm a translator. There are things we do to translate because good research is one kind of thing, and then explaining and helping people put it together and interpret it and figure out what might I do with it. That's where the Midwest Center comes in, and we're able to leverage some great stuff that our other faculty colleagues do, but we become a host and a vehicle for connecting the dots. And we try to do that with consultants and academics. We do it at times just in the community. There are many different ways to do that. So we're sometimes translating. We're always trying to facilitate engagement, but it's two-way engagement. Our engagement approach is, yes, let's take the best of research and theory out and share it with practice communities so that people can manage, lead, and perform more effectively. Equally important is let's find the best, most effective, and inventive entrepreneurial kinds of thinking and strategies that are out there and bring them into our classrooms and our research. And host exchanges so people, I mean, we bring the folks doing that work in the community into the classrooms. We take our students, just as many of you do, we take our students out. Well, I shouldn't say we take them out. They go out. And I have the privilege of working largely with graduate students who are mostly employed in the community already, so we have those linkages as well. We also focus on, no, it's not moving now. We also focus on the idea of doing a few projects that we call community facilitation projects, because one of the things that we're able to do is to be a neutral party in facilitating complex and somewhat contentious discussions in community at times. And so when we have folks, and it might be as narrow as a couple of organizations that are thinking about merging or something like that, or it may be that, in fact, it's going to be, well, frankly, lately we've been helping these complex collective initiatives figure out who actually is out there doing what. We just recently finished a community mapping initiative where we're mapping who are all the organizations that say they're working on the issue of childhood obesity, which is a real problem in our region. And what are they doing? They don't know who, I mean, they all know some of the other folks in the game, but who else is in that network? Who else is making an impact in that regard? So what does that mean for VSSN? I mean, that's what you're here to talk about today. And I'm not going to tell you that I think there's something you should or shouldn't be doing. It's got to make sense here. I do think VSSN is going to be beneficial if it's a trusted community that nonprofit community and university leaders all count on to help grow and develop the relationship in the center, to be that resource, to be a skilled convener, to be a partner and a collaborator, so that you can help enhance the effectiveness of nonprofit executives, the community at large, faculty, students, connecting the dots in lots of different ways. So I'm going to go to this last slide and conclude with this. My invitation to you, or at least my echo of the invitation that so many of our previous speakers have offered to you, is this. How might you start, not from scratch, because you're not starting from scratch, but how might you take this to the next level up? Is there a role in convening, in educating, engaging, listening? There's always a role for listening. Experimenting. Sometimes it's even just creating a space, a social space where folks can come together as you have today to support each other, to share, to celebrate, help people evaluate and learn. And to go back to the celebration point and conclude with that, one of the things I do is teach transformational change leadership. And one of the things that's so critical in broad scale transformational change is to identify and celebrate the small wins. Because this is hard work. The important things we're dealing with, some of the things I understand you're dealing with in this community, but we have similar analogous challenges and issues in our part of the world as well. It doesn't happen fast. So let's help each other sustain and enhance the motivation, encourage, and celebrate, because one of the things we know in change leadership is that it's acknowledging the small wins and knowing why and what it is about them that really makes it worth staying in the game. That's so powerful. You're all here because in some respect, you each have some piece of a small win story to share. And I don't mean to be pejorative. Maybe some of you got some huge wins too, but I just find in most of my work, it's hard to find a lot of huge wins because these are complex problems. Otherwise, we wouldn't be messing with them. And no disrespect to my for-profit business colleagues, we like to connect the dots with them as well. But the truth is, people go into business to make a profit when the market exchange works. Civil society, the voluntary sector, why are we here? We're here to address conditions where the market, the free market, the political systems, they leave some holes that can't be addressed except when we come together and bridge across those boundaries. I know you're doing it. The opportunity and or the challenge is, what's the next stage for you? I can't wait to see. And you're all here today to talk about it. Thank you very much.
So we are going to have a bit of a time for some questions. I'm not sure where people can go. I thought there was supposed to be a mic. Oh, there's a mic there, so that would be helpful so everybody can hear your question. Just a reminder to make sure your questions are questions and not another keynote address, please. All right? So anybody would like to ask? We're ready.
Thank you for that. That was great. I'm just curious what motivates you personally to do the work that you do?
Well, obviously it wasn't to get rich. I warned my spouse early on in life, but for whatever reason, I have this screwed up. I mean, as you heard, my doctorate's in organization theory and design. I love understanding organizations. But what's really fascinating is how you end up with organizations clustering together in networks and other things to achieve even greater impact for community. And for whatever reason, I'm just wired weird or something, because that's what excites me. And then, like all of us, it's fun to come into something where your insights and knowledge that you've developed actually seem to be valued and somehow make a difference once in a while. And I will tell you candidly, I need small wins like everybody else does. But, when you're for those of you who are faculty members, you love it when you're in a classroom and you see a student and it's kind of like, whoa, that's how that works. Or that's how that could work. And, some people get excited about that. Some people maybe don't care. But for me, that's exciting. And I love it when folks see the possibilities when we come together and I can facilitate. Our role, by the way, I didn't say this in the speech, but it's part of that convening and facilitating. I consider our role very much analogous to the chemistry concept of a catalyst. If we do our job best, we come in and facilitate a reaction that yields a new result, but there's no residue of us left in it, because then that's us accidentally interfering with the system and the community that we should not be messing with. We should just be helping them. And I find that exciting. And for those of you who have psychology or social work background, maybe you can help me figure out what else is wrong with me, but that kind of keeps me in the game.
Come on, you're all itching to ask something.
They're afraid of another long answer.
So we'll just ask you to rephrase it, and it's mainly because for the benefit of the people watching from a distance, they get it.
I like that you talk about the gaps between industry and commerce and transactions. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. In a sense, I almost regret having to give credit because I love to make fun of economists, but the core of what I'm talking about is economists and how they describe things. And in general, it's not the only reason nonprofits emerge, but nonprofits emerge when, and frankly, we tend to have an ethic very strong in the US. I wouldn't presume to speak about Canada, but there's an ethic that when a business can come in and through free market exchange make money, you can do it, and as long as it's not unethical or inappropriate or abusive, then government shouldn't get in the way and nonprofits don't belong there. So the economist label, which isn't meant to be pejorative, it's meant to be descriptive, is market failure occurs when the economic transaction somehow doesn't work. And the illustration I was using just the other day with a group was we have food banks in our community who distribute food. And in a sense, you could say, well, they're competing with there's a grocery chain called Hen House. So they're competing with Hen House to sell food. But of course, they're not competing because the people who can afford to go to Hen House do. The people who can't don't get food unless there's some way to intervene. So in cases of market failure, the next layer, and this is where you see a lot of difference, frankly, in between nonprofit and non-governmental constructs. If people look at a problem and say, we have the political will to address it through a government program, they'll create an agency or something like that, and government will meet the need and we'll tax ourselves or find some governmentally oriented way of funding it. But when that doesn't happen, the political will's not there. And in the US, and I think in much of the rest of the world right now, we're really reconceptualizing what the role of government is in all our communities and systems. But when market failure exists and government failure exists, then the question is, what do you do? And in some parts of the world, people just complain and say, gee, government's screwing up. In the US, we have a fascinating tradition of voluntary action where dedicated citizens step forward and say, no, this can't happen. We can't let this go on. And so they coalesce and they step into this place where these failures of market and government exist. How do they do it and sustain it? Well, that's where tax exempt status, volunteer labor, all sorts of things like that, in-kind support from vendors and companies, they all help make a difference. Sorry, another long answer.
I believe we have time for one more question, especially if it comes with a long answer. Anybody else?
Thanks. You've given us some ideas of the nuts and bolts of how you do your education component with, courses and online resources and things. Could you talk a little bit more about the nuts and bolts of your research and knowledge translation? Do people approach you for that? Do you identify issues and go out to the community? And similarly with the projects that you identified, how does that actually work, say on a year-to-year basis?
Well, the challenge we have, as is true for most institutions and folks, is that we do have to cover our costs. And I have a little bit of a benefit, which also guides part of what I do. My position is an endowed chair in nonprofit leadership. And basically what it means is that half the cost of my position is funded by an endowment. That, interestingly enough, the Kansas City community's civic leaders came together and funded about 25 years ago. And their argument was, we want a professor at the university who is dedicated to helping nonprofits and civil society organizations become stronger and perform well. So they couldn't find anybody good. They hired me instead, and I started doing this work. And frankly, part of what we started off in the early days trying to do was to grow what you already have, which was some early stage networks and connections and linkages reflected by what's going on in this room. But trying to help people see how we could add value and just keep telling people what the principles were and working through it and trying to then leverage it in other settings. If we do a project some of the things we do is like consulting, but our goal is not to grow as a consultant, to grow a client who will be dependent on us forever. Our goal as a client, as a consultant, is to build the capacity so that organization doesn't have to come back to us. They've now learned from us, and we've built the capacity into the organization to keep doing those things. And so I'll tell you candidly, a lot of it's word of mouth. I happen to be particularly interested in and engaged in research in a couple of areas, board and governance effectiveness and organizational effectiveness. And so I have done, my academic part of my work requires me to publish, but I will say part of what I've done with my time is in those two subject areas, I regularly work with magazines, and frankly, I had to kind of start trying to reach out and see if they were interested in talking with me, but we work with magazines that are they're not the scholarly journals for the academic stuff. I have to do that for you'll excuse the phrase, but my academic brownie points, because I am a tenured professor. But I have diverted some of my time, and I've had the latitude to do that because of the center work, to write articles that are not the new research. They're about the application, they're about the processing, and frankly, synthesizing it. For those of you, there's a magazine in the US, it's got broader circulation, called the Nonprofit Quarterly. And I'll say candidly, I thought there needed to be a journal that would not be scholarly, but be strong and legitimate, that would step in between practice and the research and theory world that the conventional academics had to do. And this is where, by the way, key insight, serendipity is really critical. I encountered the people who were starting the nonprofit quarterly at the time they were starting it. And I said, I'm glad you're doing this, because then it means I don't have to try to start this other kind of journal or magazine. And they said, well, what would you do in it? And we just started talking. And then they said, well, what should we be covering? And, why don't you try something? And frankly, they tried me out. I'll have to own up to something else. A lot of my colleagues call me a pracademic. I'm a practitioner academic. I mean, as I mentioned, I'm a former government official. I've run nonprofit agencies and all of that. I understand from my own career work, as well as what we do in the community, what some of the biggest challenges are. I'm not the only person who understands that, but so I became connected with the magazine. And so, not being overly creative about it, I've written about boards, for example, the research on boards, probably a half dozen times for the quarterly. And every time the title is a few more pieces to the puzzle, how to make sense of boards and governance. And what I do is look at the whole body of research that I'm tracking around boards and governance, and then try to boil it back to what are the core nuggets that a practicing manager or board leader would care to use or might want to know along the way. And frankly, the quarterly got positive feedback from the articles, and so they kept allowing me to write. And so, about once every year, maybe a couple times a year, I've done something twice, I guess, this year for the quarterly, I'll write articles that are about applying that. There's something coming out in the immediate future on networks and the concept of networked governance. And so they called me up and said, well, you were working on this, you should do the intro to the issue. So I just finished that. And again, it's about, the difference is, if you're a conventional academic, you're usually having to do your own research. But once I've managed to get enough of the brownie points to be the tenured academic, I've shifted a lot more to the application side and the synthesis side, which frankly has actually worked well in the academic world later, because now I keep getting invited to write, literature reviews on the field of, certain sections of the field. And so that's where it goes back and forth. One of the things we did to try to bridge the gap is we started the third year I was there, we created a biennial conference, almost always on governance, that Yvonne was alluding to those earlier on. And that conference is explicitly a conference for researchers and practitioners. And it's structured with some of the characteristics of an academic conference, because otherwise the academics can't get support to come and present their papers. But the structure of the conference is that half the conference is facilitated discussion sessions where there is a topic, but no designated presenter. In fact, we have facilitators from our team who are there to facilitate and make sure that a presentation doesn't break out. Because let's face it, who comes to these conferences? In particular, it's executives with a lot of experience, academics who are doing research, and consultants who are working in the field. I mean, hey, any one of those folks would love to give you an hour lecture on anything at any time. So we've actually, tried to host and create some things that are bridging intermediate kinds of pieces. Most of our focus is not national stuff. Our aspiration as a center is not to be a national leading center. The only areas we really do leading work intentionally in what we do is in the areas of governance and boards, because it's my academic focus as well, and the organizational effectiveness. And the third area, actually, because we're in a school of management, is social entrepreneurship. But the idea is to connect the dots. And so we're always trying to find ways to make those intermediary and bridging steps. And frankly, we've tried to do the same thing in the community and facilitate things with the community. So there you go. That was another long one. Sorry about that.
We're really over time now. No, I'm just joking. So, we are, pardon? Sorry, I can't read lips.
I think she wants you to read the script.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know. Well, I have the script here in another way. So, we're going to, I'm just thinking of people's energy. That's what I was thinking of. So what we're going to do, we have a break coming up, but it's going to come up after the next bit, which is the institute. We're going to move to the institutional level. So the university community engagement panel will start. But I think it might be really good for all of us, maybe to stand up and stretch yourselves and take a deep breath. But then don't go anywhere. Sit right down again. Yeah. And while you're doing that, I'll ask the members of the panel to please come forward and occupy these chairs. So that would be Noel Starblanket, Patricia Elliott, Bettina Schneider, and Rhonda Rosenberg. I had this here. I knew it was over there, so. Yes. Yep. So, are you gonna introduce the speakers and everything? And one of them is sick. Yes. Okay. So, just when I come up to announce the room.
All right, excellent. We're seeing that many people have found sources of caffeination. That's excellent. Take another minute to get a beverage or something, and then we will introduce our panelists and continue with our session for the afternoon. I will be moderating our two panels before we get then to your roundtable discussions, which is why there are numbers on the roundtables. Okay, please come back to your tables and we will get into our discussion with our panel here. Okay, a welcome announcement has just been delivered to me, which is there is actually more food coming for the break, so this is not your last chance. As we said earlier, survival is a good goal. Shouldn't be the only one, but it's a good one. And and there will be more beverages as well. So let us progress now with more discussion, building on these themes that we've had here so far, and then we'll take there'll be a brief break between the two the two panels, I should say. So our focus is, as Dean Griffenhagen has just mentioned, is for this panel is university community engagement, sort of the institutional level. And we've invited each of these panelists. We told them ahead of time what the questions are. There are 3 questions that we'll give each of them about 5 minutes to share some observations and thoughts, and then we'll get a little bit of interaction and building on what each of them has shared. So what we asked them to talk about is from each of them from their own perspective and experience. Everybody brings their own. How can the university contribute to community success? How can we work to meet all the needs of our community? How might we do this? And what factors are particularly important to consider in doing this work? Each of those are things that seem to us to be particularly significant to get insights, and so I'd like to invite our panelists to discuss this. Now, our panelists, as you know, if you see the agenda, our panelists are Noel Starblanket, our knowledge keeper and life speaker who shared his talents with us at the beginning of the session with the smudging session. We also have Patricia Elliott, who's the associate professor and director of the community research unit at at the University of Regina in the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. Unfortunately, Wallace Lockhart actually is ill, and so he is not able to join us. One of the things he was going to talk about was a program called Enactus, and we'll have the privilege of hearing from a couple of students in that program later on in the second panel. In addition, we have Bettina Schneider, whom you've also heard from, but she is Associate Professor, Department of Indigenous Science at First Nations University. And we have Rhonda Rosenberg, who's the Executive Director of the Multicultural Council of Saskatchewan. As I mentioned, we're asking them how can the university work to contribute to community success and how can we work to do this? Mr. Starblanket, perhaps I could start with you and we could just invite each person to share a few minutes of thought and then we'll get interaction on top of that. And I'll check your microphone, but I think it should be working. Is your microphone working? I'm going to time you. We're looking for about 5 minutes.
Just 4 minutes.
4 minutes? Okay.
Okay. If you give me a microphone, I can talk to you all day. So I'll try to keep my remarks brief. For the voluntary people, for the academics, I'm not an academic. And in fact, I have criticized academics for their profuse verbology about everything from community development to reconciliation. And it's simply me expressing my views on academic freedom. I have discovered this concept while working here at the University of Academic Freedom. And so I use it on them. and, but I guess you could say I've been in community development all my life. I've never made a business of it. I've never made a study of it. I've been working with First Nations people all of my life. And only recently with the academic side of things. And I've noted all kinds of development from, especially from the federal government, Department of Indian Affairs, now Indigenous Affairs, that engaged community development and brought in experts from all over the continent of North America. In fact, I befriended one such person. He's been a friend of mine since the advent of that program. And it continues to be a critic of what it is that governments and academics do as far as the words that are used to describe voluntary and community development initiatives. So I'm somewhat critical about all of that. Not to say that it isn't good work or it isn't scholarly study. It simply means that I'm a doer. I'm not a talker or I'm not an actor. And I've been rolling up my sleeves all my life doing things. I didn't need a study or an academic to tell me what needed to be done. And while that's useful, I have found that community development continues to be part of my life. And everything I do is voluntary, including my work at the University of Regina. Even though they pay me, it's almost akin to voluntary work that I do for the university, as compared to the academics who are well paid. So I just wanted to tell the voluntary people, like I've done all that work all of my life in the voluntary sector, and call it what you want, call it community development, call it voluntary services. I continue to do a lot of that work even in my spiritual life. I do a lot of things for people. For example, I also do work for the Regina Board of Education in particularly with schools, and specifically one school in which there are 97% Indigenous students. And though the Board of Education has made certain policy directives to the administration about the core curriculum of student study, i.e. teaching the Cree language and cultural arts, and at the same time as saying that, that must be my signal. At the same time as doing that, the other side of that coin is, oh, by the way, you can't teach students how to pray in Cree. By the way, you can't take students out to ceremony. So, so on the one hand, to say, to utter beautiful words, and on the other, to forbid that kind of activity just seems to me to be the kind of situation that we're in with academic concepts and the actual work. The actual work that you people do. It's nice to have the benefit of those studies, but at the same time, you know what you need to do. You know your community. I know my community. I know what needs to be done. But there are always experts telling us how we should do it and how we shouldn't do it and how to better do our work. So I say our community knows best, and we'll take it from them. Okay?
All right. Thank you. We will hear from all of our panelists, and then we'll come back and invite questions. About half of our time is available for questions from the audience. And our facilitator of the technology has reminded me we all should try to speak. It sounds to me like I'm being extremely loud when I'm speaking this close to the microphone, but I understand that our remote sites are not hearing us well unless we're putting the microphone very close to our mouth. So let's please do that. So next, invite Patricia Elliott to share her thoughts on the same set of questions and how she sees it.
Thank you. Is that working?
I don't hear you.
Can you hear me now? No.
Huh.
No, I think it's the mic. She's pretty close. Touch it. Oh, there. No.
Can you try Mr. Starblanket's?
I'll move over. How's that?
We can hear you.
I'll lean forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the question, how can the university contribute to community success? I think first and foremost by listening and learning about community problems and transferring some power. And for members of the university community, that can occur by actively engaging in community life and by inviting community members to come forward with their research needs and their learning needs, and by formally including them as the most important peers in peer review. Also asking them about that word success and what it means, and is it the success or the struggle that needs the most support. By understanding that working side by side with people to address community problems isn't non-traditional scholarship, which is what they call it, if you can believe it. Community engagement represents the essence of traditional scholarship and traditional ways of knowing and being. The whole sort of disembodied peer review, proliferation of journals is pretty recent in academic history, only of recent decades. By inviting community members into our classrooms, not just as guest speakers, but as guiders of the syllabus and student learning, to ask, what do we need to teach people in order to contribute to community success, meaning to ask the community that. By inviting community members deeper into the governance of our university, having a real voice and transferring some power outwards, which also means transferring some resources, financial or otherwise, so fair exchange, not taking. Finally, as a university community, understanding that community problems are our problems and successes are our successes, but also moreover that community struggles are our struggles. We can nab any number of million-dollar research grants, but if the community around us is suffering, we have failed. How can we work to meet all the needs, recognize the assets that we have to offer? We've got student and faculty researchers, events like this, the Community-Based Research Institute in August. We've got library services, units like the Community Research Unit, access to federal grants, which are increasingly calling for community partnerships. We've got facilities and maker spaces like meeting rooms in the Imp Lab. We have academic freedom, which is a beautiful thing. So we have to think about how to share these public assets more generously and creatively with the public. Also, we have to recognize the value of supporting community engagement. There was a US study that found 90% of scholars who self-identify as community-based researchers are women. So it's really not surprising that that work is undervalued. There was a survey we did in 2014 of U of R faculty members, and we found that we do have a really significant number of people on campus who understand and identify with community-based approaches in their research, which is great. But the majority said that community-based researchers are not in influential decision-making positions, and the majority reported that their community work is not well supported and recognized by the institution. So for our community partners, what that can mean is they're working with university researchers who are marginalized, and therefore that marginalizes the community projects, meaning there's fewer resources and faculty members who are sort of here today, gone tomorrow. So indeed, the whole metrics of success imposed on today's universities are in really many ways antithetical to community engagement. The departments, the research projects, even the individual scholars are expected to pay their way and generate financial surpluses, and that's not a recipe for community engagement. Still going good? Okay. The survey I mentioned was a baseline. 4 years have passed, and it would be good to conduct it again to see where progress has been made, and I would say particularly in the federated colleges. Some factors identified in that survey then was, one was that the liberal arts, like political science, sociology, anthropology, journalism, justice studies, are the most significant sites of community engagement. So that doesn't mean that other faculties aren't important, but I think you could logically conclude from that the levels of support or non-support from government and from institutional leaders for the liberal arts should logically impact the degree to which our campus can actually do community engagement and engage with community members. Yet these are the very departments that are under constant pressure to justify their existence, to pay their way, and in fact, they are paying their way in terms of community involvement and support, which is like the one good that supports the whole university, and we can't afford to lose. So I say let's value that and let's invest in that. Is that 5 minutes? Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Again, we'll be coming back to ask some questions in a few minutes. Let's turn to Between Schneider, and let me ask you to share your observations. What would you have to say?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, just making sure my mic's working here.
Yeah, thanks for pulling it close to your mouth.
So I just want to begin by, again, thanking everyone for the opportunity to be here. I want to say thank you to Noel for the prayer this afternoon to start us out, and also Langan as well for the smudging. And I certainly want to, thank Patricia for what she, Noel for what they've shared, because I couldn't agree more with everything that you've brought forth today. So I'll try not to be redundant, or I'm going to try to add to the one thing I do want to, I guess, begin with is certainly just an acknowledgement of Noel and Langan and the way we began. It's just the importance of bringing our heart and spirit into everything we do. And I think that most of us are here today because that's, what drove us careers and the paths we've pursued. I certainly know that to be the case for myself. And I think that, that's one big step in terms of how we, university can contribute to community success is to work with that a thinking heart, as my mentor used to at UC Davis used to always say, you have a thinking heart, and use that in terms of how you move forward in your work. And the way we write, we communicate, that's so, to me, there's often not enough of that heart and spirit in the way academics write, and that I think ties in with much of what I know David mentioned before. We have to approach that. The university has to approach the way we try to share our work with that heart and spirit in mind. We have to, I think very much as researchers at the university, we're here to help communicate the voices of the people we work with, and our research participants, and the communities we're here to serve. And the problem often is we're not communicating in a way that's accessible to the people we are working with and serving. And so that's a critical problem that I know many academics are trying to change, maybe not enough of us. And so that's I think one critical way we have to transform the university. Because we're not meant to be an ivory tower. We're not meant to be disconnected from the community. We're here to serve that community. That's first and foremost, right, to everything we do. And so so for me, very much so, we have to transform our language. We have to connect and ensure we're working to bring those voices, community voices, to the forefront. I've worked, I think about where I got my start here, in terms of my career, and I think actually it started with the nonprofit community. I started as a community development intern for a housing fund, a community development financial institution, actually in New York, and that gave me kind of that first step towards working, there to serve the community, because certainly it's been a passion of mine from a very early age. And from different experiences I had early on in my life, and so the nonprofit community kept coming back and back into my life as I interweave between university and working, and then I went on to Davis, California, and into the community development graduate program. And that program was all about working with the community, of course. So we were constantly engaging with the nonprofit sector. And one of the most incredible opportunities I had was being an intern again through with First Nations nonprofits in the United States. And that set in motion so many incredible opportunities in my life. And so again, there was that engagement between the nonprofit sector and university. And certainly one thing that I think is critical is to create more of those opportunities for students to work with the nonprofit sector, to serve the nonprofit sector through their education, and that it could be through internships, better evaluation tools that actually are creating projects and assignments that actually serve organizations and make an impact in the community. And so, these are, just a few things that I've seen, I want to see more of, those opportunities that came through, working with First Nations Development Institute and First Nations Owista Corporation, it led to so much. One thing it certainly led to was a dialogue, an incredible dialogue that we had, and information sharing. And so much of the work I was doing at that time on Native and Aboriginal financial institutions, I was able to share with those organizations, those nonprofits, and they were able to share with me so much information that I was using to help move forward my research. And it was just this incredible exchange. And certainly one thing that David said earlier that I really loved is that I think I see university absolutely as a catalyst, right? We're here to hopefully create those opportunities create these reactions out there that will hopefully lead to incredible change and movement and within the community. And so, I've seen that within the university, and I think that that's one way we absolutely can contribute to success is making those connections and bringing people together and sharing information. And even though we might have to step away from it, right? The process, the fact that we've helped to create movement forward is incredible. So, there's so many ways we can contribute to success and meet the needs of communities. But first and foremost, it begins with listening and those voices. And I think that the urban. I'll leave off with this because I probably only have okay. The Urban Aboriginal Knowledge Network. I worked with them back in 2012, 13. I was part of a 5-year project. It was a SSHRC-funded project, and that Urban Aboriginal Knowledge Network. It provided funding, first of all, for work that I was doing with the Friendship Center here in town, the Nuwa Yutina Friendship Center. And the critical part of the research that the network funded was that the research had to be community driven. It had to come from the communities themselves. It had to come from the needs of different nonprofits and community organizations, friendship centers. And so just really briefly, the principles of that community-driven model, right, really emphasized research is grounded in community priorities and constructed or designed collaboratively, right, between communities and researchers. Research is respectful. And in our case, right, it's particularly working with Indigenous communities. It's respectful of Indigenous communities and people's languages, cultural protocols, values, life cycles, and genders. That it's respectful of Indigenous people's research approaches and protocols. That Aboriginal peoples and organizations will be an active participant in the research process at the level of their choosing, and that we used essentially ownership, control, access, and possession principles, right, to guide us as well in terms of the work we did. And that led me to going to the Friendship Center and saying, what do you guys need? Where are you at right now? What is it that I could do here to help in terms of, bringing together a research project that is going to help serve your community? And that just led to the most incredible synergies and opportunities. And before we knew it, we did a series of culturally relevant financial literacy workshops, and those workshops then led to a totally new university class on personal finance and financial literacy, focused on very much Indigenous content and serving our students. And just so much has come from just listening and listening to what the priorities are in the community. So I'll leave it off at that. Sorry if I've gone a little long.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, and now let's hear from Rhonda Rosenberg. Rhonda? Oh.
Am I working? There we go. I think you're going to hear some more echoes, both from David's talk and from my colleagues at the table. Hopefully there's some new angles, maybe. I also want to start really with the idea of relationships, that all of what we do is really about building relationships. And when we think about university and community organization partnerships, those relationships must be mutually beneficial. They must be good both for the university partners and for the communities and the organizations that they're choosing to work with, or that are working together. Capacity needs to be built in both types of organizations. There needs to be recognition that there is knowledge, expertise, and connections on all the sides, on everybody who's coming together. And that really needs to be recognized. Sometimes from the community perspective, we feel like that there are academics who approach us as they have all the knowledge or the capacity for doing research, and we're like, hey, there are things we really know about, and that needs to be respected. We also need to be aware of power and privilege dynamics and how those work and can have an impact, and we need to make them visible in order to really have respectful, equal relationships. We need to make sure that nobody is taking over, but that everybody involved, each partner is involved in defining the relationship and understanding that that's an ongoing process, that that definition of the relationship doesn't just happen once. Although I would also like to say that it's really helpful to have partnership contracts and have things clear and written out with an awareness that there may be shifting as we work along, and that as we develop, there might be changes in what that looks like. There needs to be willingness to do things differently from the way that we're used to doing things. And so that might be in the time that we hold meetings, in the ways that we hold meetings. And I also want to thank Elder Noel and Langan for sharing cultural, traditional, spiritual practices today. That's a new thing that's coming into community and academic practice that, relatively in the last couple of years, that it's becoming normalized. And so we are able to change. And we're able to think about different ways of doing things, different ways of building an agenda, different ways of composing committees. To think about, are there colonial or other structures that feel like barriers to some people's participation? And how do we address those? How do we get over those? I had an allocations committee meeting yesterday looking at funding, and one of the comments from committee members are, that actually is from ARPERG, a university organization. They're accounting for childcare in this project. We like that. That's thinking about barriers. Yeah, I talked about that. And then some of the things that, from my perspective, that universities can really offer to help contribute to community success. Research is an area in which we're really interested in. It's useful to us. And it's about helping us to do the research that we need data on. We often really need data especially to access funding and to do advocacy. Those are often the two primary, and actually to serve the people that we need to better. To support our capacity for research, though, not just to we've heard this today, not just to use us for research and walk away with it, but support our capacity and our involvement in it. And then I showed Brenda, my words almost echoed David's. I had down, translate academic research into easily digestible bits for busy nonprofit professionals, right? We really need that because we don't have time to read academic articles. And many of us, it's been a while since we've been engaged heavily in academic classes. And so even the language we need help with that. That is helpful to us. And then I think, as I was sitting, I thought also help to translate our knowledge back to the academy so that what we know, because we know things, that what we know can come back. Evaluation is another area, and MCAS has worked with both a consultant who's not with a university and with a U of S professor on evaluation, and in both cases, they really worked with us to enhance our capacity to do evaluation, and I will try to go through. Okay, we need access to students, faculty, and staff sometimes to do programming or to get information, access to resources, sometimes access to space at reasonable rates. And at U of R, parking is always an issue. So thank you for offering parking today. Sometimes it's about having, including food choices that can meet a variety of dietary needs. Access to courses at affordable prices for professional development. I love the idea of grad level courses that community professionals can be part of. Advocating for funding for us too, helping us in that way. That's always a struggle. And finally, a couple of points around how to work to meet all of the needs of our community. Leadership and decision-making positions in all kinds of organizations, including universities, need to reflect the community's diversity. And in order to have that happen, that can't just be instant, but we need to nurture young leaders. We need to nurture leadership development among a diverse set of potential candidates in order to help them move into those decision-making positions. This is a really super key point. And then I think coming right back to the idea of relationships, meeting with community organizations, participants, and clients, leading to learning about community perceptions and needs, and even to foster future university students who might not have seen themselves in that way. Sometimes that relationship, having university people involved, can mean that people who had not seen themselves as being here might in the future. So thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, we have some time left, and I certainly have questions I could ask, but I don't want to take the time when there are members of the audience who certainly might have questions. Do we have one, sir? Let's get to Humphrey. Do you have the microphone? We're double and triple booking his time here.
I just want to make a comment and ask a question.
Please hold your mic close.
Sure.
Because the folks on
Sure.
remote.
The greatest university in the world of all time was the University of Socrates. Think about it, the university. What did he create? Excitement of ideas coming to us even today. There's nothing more exciting. He produced some of the greatest students who became Plato and Aristotle and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to ask the question, how have we changed from that time till today?
Great question. Panelists, what do you think? In 20 words or less. No. I don't know. Patricia, do you have a thought? You look like you have.
Well, one small thought. I mean, that's what I was saying about what really is the definition of traditional scholarship. We are told there's a model now that is the brownie points you mentioned. But is that really what it's all about and where we want to be with universities? And maybe it's time to start challenging those terms that we have to live within.
Okay, Rhonda, it looks like you have a thought.
I have a little thought. My little thought is who has access to the university has changed. So in those days, there were no women, right? Women were not their minds were not considered able to even have high-level intellectual conversations. So we and certainly cultural diversity wouldn't have been included. So who's part of the conversation has changed since those days.
Bettina, you have a thought?
So I think I'd like to just probably add a bit to, I appreciate what both Patricia and Rhonda have said, and I think that, I'd like to add, how can it continue to change and build on a bit of what Patricia was getting at, in that, right now we're at this kind of, I think, a bit of a juncture, turning point within universities. And by that I mean we need to start to, I think, change a bit of the model in terms of how faculty are evaluated and what counts and what doesn't count. Serving community, working for community, working with nonprofits, looking at, whether it's research that is benefiting those nonprofits or other community organizations, reports versus peer-reviewed articles as and other such publications as the only kind of way to move forward, right? And I know that at First Nations University, one thing I love about working there is we tend to, I think, embrace that work with community and value it as we, in terms of the faculty and instructors there. And that's a beautiful thing. It's I think, something I'm grateful for, because for me, my passion is working with community and serving community, and I love writing, but I want to see that go somewhere. I want to see it go somewhere, and I think that is, if we as universities can try to change that model of what, of how instructors and faculty can move forward and honor other ways, right, than simply what has traditionally been acknowledged, then I think we're getting somewhere.
Thank you. It's a very intriguing question. Thank you for bringing that up. Elder Knoll, is there anything you would have to say about that conversation question? Well, he's just wondering about the tradition of inquiry that Socrates and that ancient civilization brought. Where are we today? And I think the discussion of how and who has productive conversations may be part of this. Perhaps you could reflect on it in the context as well of your observation about where can the academics, in your experience, add value in community, given, you've articulated where they're maybe missing the mark, or even maybe, you didn't say this, but wasting time. But where are the most fruitful opportunities for that dialogue with the practice community and the academics? I think we have to move the other mic. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I found keynote speakers' points about how to assist voluntary organizations to be very helpful in terms of proposal writing. University academics are very good at proposal writing. Hire them to do that voluntarily. And then the other thing is organizational behavior. We, in particular, within First Nations organizations, are only now entering that field, and we have had a lot of difficulty with regard to, because we're attempting to work in an environment that's foreign to us, that is a non-Indigenous environment. We sometimes have difficulty with some of those concepts, and so that would be very helpful. And but I don't want to put the academics in the same boat as the Department of Indigenous Affairs, but it seems that there are experts that if their credentials are utilized to the greatest efficiency for nonprofit organizations, that would be most beneficial. Like I said, we don't need experts to tell us what to do or what the needs are. We need experts to help us develop our capacity. So that's what I wanted to add to this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We probably have time for one more question, and then we will, Dean Griefenhagen will tell you whether you've earned a break or not. So, sorry, I shouldn't put him on the spot.
Hi there. Thank you very much for everything that you've offered so far. I have a question, just a point to make. A few of you talked a little bit about the university communicating and getting kind of outreach to those who we have these services for and can provide these services for that are amenities and something that some sort of support for the community. How would you evaluate how the university is doing in communicating that? And how would you go about improving that communication in the future?
Okay. I don't know if we're handing out grades here, but give it a shot and explain why.
Okay, so just to clarify, so how we're doing communicating with the nonprofit sector, with the larger community about the work that's being done, research, community-based research.
Yeah, that's good. Speak directly into the mic.
Both with other not-for-profits, how we can build this synergy, and then also having those who we're answering the need for, knowing of these services and can provide to them. Kind of the two different aspects of communicating that. Yeah.
Well, you know, how we're doing communicating right now. I mean, I'd say that I'll speak obviously just from what I see at First Nations University. I see us building, you know, many networks with a nonprofit, you know, nonprofit community. I think we have a number of really close relationships, and you know, and it goes certainly, you know, we really, I think, try our best to meet on a regular basis with, you know, bands, tribal councils, you know, larger nonprofits that are not just in Regina, throughout throughout Saskatoon, PA, where our campuses are based. The relationships, you know, as Rhonda was referring to, are, you know, we building those relationships is a priority, and that's the first step, right? So, you know, making sure that there's, you know, regular communication, regular meetings. I think that we often try our best to do that. That's where we'll often have that information shared, right? And in terms of, you know, in terms of the, you know, actual sharing of research information, right? That really takes place, I think, with the individual researchers versus, you know, the larger, you know, university, right? We have often our, you know, kind of key lead researchers who are working with different nonprofits, and they're the ones who are in that role of kind of really maintaining the relationships, communicating, you know, what's being done. I think for me, it's hard to speak for everyone. I can speak for myself. I can speak for, you know, my close colleagues in terms of what they're doing. I think that not enough is being done. You know, often I'll say that. I think there's not enough communication. I think there's not enough of a priority placed on taking, again, that direction from the community. I think, you know, part of the problem with the system that we have here, and this ties back a little bit to the previous question, is that it's easy enough to say, you know, you're doing work with this community or that community, that you're doing this research project, but you know, is it something to check off on a CV? Or is it something that you're actually long-term committed to, and you know, is that long-term relationship a priority? I'd say for a lot of my colleagues that is, and it takes, it's an everyday, you know, struggle to ensure that those relationships are maintained, right? Relationships take constant work. And so I think for myself, you know, with the partnerships that I value, you know, it's constant communication, it's constant checking in, and that's not always easy, right? When you have a million different administrative priorities or other things that come into play, but I think that you know, if the effort's there, then you know, and again, that thinking heart's there, right? That you know, that will guide you in terms of ensuring that communication is always there. And that, you know, as I said, I think a challenge always is that there are many people here who will say that they're doing this work, you know, on behalf of communities, on behalf of Indigenous communities, and it's a lot of smoke and mirrors. It's a lot of we're here, but we're not. They're not truly committed. They're not communicating on a regular basis, and it's more of a, you know, a career advancement opportunity than it is, you know, really about the communities themselves. So.
I think with that, we're going to have to conclude this session. Please join me in thanking our panelists for their contributions. Dean Grafenhagen will now tell you what's afoot.
Well, I considered carefully, and I guess you deserve a break. So I'll have a break for about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. I think the refreshments have been renewed. Yes? Okay. And there are, remember, the tables with the different voluntary and nonprofit organizations back there. They'd love to have you come and speak to them and visit their booths too. I'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
We're done. Thank you so much.
Development Coordinator for St. John Ambulance in Saskatchewan. And we have two representatives from a university-based program here in the Paul J. Hill School of Business. They're executives in this group, which is called Enactus, and I presume they'll tell us a little bit about that as part of their comments. We have Jonathan Lippath. I apologize if I've screwed up your name. And we have Abbas Syed. I apologize if I screwed up your name. But I think we'll take the group in the order that we have. I will be aggressively timing them and making fun of them if they go way too long. But mostly we look forward to hearing what they have to say as they reflect on how universities contribute to community success and what it is that helps this work. So let's start with Dr. Harrison. Yvonne?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, pull it up closer.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think the discussion today has illuminated the fact that there are many challenges or changes in the environment, either social, political, economic, technological, that all affect not-for-profit organizations and these huge needs. And how does a university actually assist with that? And in fact, I think it's about leveraging not the knowledge, but the capabilities of a university around as methodologists to assist the community in identifying what those challenges are. And working with the sector to conduct the research to address them. And I'm just going to give you some that's no stranger to nonprofits here that have been illuminated or surfaced as many studies that are challenges facing the sector around funding and resource development, around workforce development, even collaboration as grants and funding agencies require not-for-profits to work together in order to apply for funding. And how do they do that? Around not only getting the funding, but keeping the funding, so performance measurement and management challenges, new business models, as David alluded to, social enterprises are now part of the not-for-profit sector, and like anything else, they affect how not-for-profits who are charitable and other kinds actually run their businesses, so to speak. Boards and governance with changes in the environment and increasing numbers of boards who are failing to provide adequate oversight of their organizations. I think Oxfam is the latest example of a governance failure, and regulators calling on greater involvement of boards. And so universities really could be an important source of not only conducting and raising the challenges, but helping those organizations address them. But ultimately with the goal that the community or the organization or the group, whether it's the board, has to own those challenges and has to have the capacity to respond to them, that the university is there to assist in that way. The other point is to recognize that we aren't the only game in town and that there are multiple stakeholders in this environment. It's a multi-sectoral arena, and we have to acknowledge the role of governments and other not-for-profit organizations. Within higher education, there are institutes and there are departments, and there's just a web of resources that we need to connect with. And then, of course, we can't forget the community foundations and the local capacity builders like United Ways and others that we must connect with and try to pool the resources that can provide the technical assistance. I want to highlight the technical assistance part of change because I think the community is very well and able to adapt, but there's things that we can interject that we have on a technical side of things that research has shown has made a difference. So thinking about change beyond adoption, but technical capacity and the adaptive capacity to address some of these problems, and then ultimately measuring that impact. What role could VSSN or other kinds of organizations like us play? Education and professional development. We know that there's going to be there's a turnover of staff. We need to prepare the next generation of leaders. We need to educate leaders for increasing roles in leadership in their organizations as the baby boom retires. We can be a convener and a collaborator, and we can help advocate with you around legislative advocacy, administrative advocacy. We have an organization full of students who are so engaged and want to, and we're going to hear from a couple who are going to inspire you. I think technical and research assistance, outreach and consulting, as David's center provides, are all other ways that we can contribute. But I think also, more importantly, perhaps most importantly, is public perception of the not-for-profit sector, and what are ways that we can do to share knowledge, disseminate the real impact economically, socially of this sector collectively on our communities.
Excellent. You didn't have to stop right that second, but it's appreciated. So, thank you very much. So let's hear from Sarah. Please pull the mic closer.
A little closer? All right. I'll really get in there. So yeah, I'm Sarah Hanna. My title is Engaged Learning Coordinator at Campion College, another federated college of the University of Regina. Engaged Learning is a community service learning program. I'm sure there are many, many people in this room who are involved in community service learning, either as faculty or, quite importantly, as our community partners. So for those of you who don't know, community service learning is a way of offering students an opportunity to do service in their community, reflect on that experience, and write about it in light of the courses that they're taking. And this is something that you heard our president speaking proudly about this morning, and we do love to brag about our community service learning. And I think it's very important for us as an institution to recognize that it's not just our faculty who are making this happen, but it's also community partners who are making this happen. And I wanted to express with so many not-for-profit organizations in the room how appreciative we are that you are adding to the learning experience of our students in such a meaningful way. At Campion specifically, we are Canada's only Jesuit undergraduate institution of higher learning. So we're a Jesuit college which has a certain spiritual heritage to it, and one of the key images in this in the spiritual life of Jesuits is contemplation in action. So I think this is something that is really expressed in how we do service learning. It's what we hope our students will experience, that they will be active and engaged in their communities, but also that they are thinking deeply and, in an ideal world, learning something. Some things that I see as, and I wanted to add to that actually, in light of some things that were said in the last panel discussion, that I see this as really heart and spirit work for our students. That oftentimes they are dealing with and experiencing dynamics of power and privilege that they haven't encountered before, or just communities that they haven't encountered before, or are not accustomed to spending a lot of time with. And I really see a great need and desire to engage with that at that level, not just academically. I think that's something that institutionally we could do a lot more to support. I know a lot of people doing community service learning are faculty members kind of doing it on their own, and that's a lot to put on a faculty member who is also doing things like creating community partnerships and facilitating student learning. Something I see as a big area for growth at the U of R is especially in the area of service learning, is collaboration. Like I said, there's a lot of people and groups at the University of Regina who are engaged in service learning or related work. And I would love to see us working together more and finding more common ground. And something that I see as a great strength of the student population at the U of R is I get so frustrated when I hear people talking about disengagement among the youth, because I see in my day-to-day experience a lot of young students who are really eager to and excited to get involved. And And it really is an amazing thing that I wish everybody could get to experience. But often they either don't know what's out there in terms of what's available to them as an opportunity, what would work for them perfectly, that they're searching for something specific and they don't know that it exists. And or what they do know about doesn't really fit them well, or the things that we're already offering don't fit them well. So I think a great thing that we can do at the U of R is matchmaking, helping students to make those connections. And I want to say something that really struck me from your talk, David, was the idea of small wins. I really see small wins as my game, and I think it's really great to celebrate, the individual student who found a nonprofit partner that they wanted to stay with and that they built a real, genuine relationship with. And I think we can really celebrate those little moments with our students and for our institutions as well.
Thank you very much. Look at that. Boy, everybody's finishing up faster. So, yeah, find whichever one is most easily accessible to you, but do talk closely to it.
Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Kelly Husak, and thank you so much for having me here today. It's a great privilege and honor, and I'm happy to be able to talk about this buzzword of engagement that we've been talking about so far today. And I don't mean buzzword in a crass or negative way in any ways. It's a really important term that I think is becoming a little bit more seen. As you can see through an event like today, there are people that want to be out there and want to be engaged, and we need to make sure that we're encouraging that and doing it in the most appropriate way possible. And so when we talk about some considerations, I want to talk a little bit more in the question that I'll lead later about the stakeholders in that change making and in engagement and that process. And so I invite you to come and let's dig a little deeper into that later on. I mentioned we all have our reasons for engaging. I think we need to always go back and reflect on what those were. So I have my reasons for why I've come to be involved in the community. And I think it'll be very similar and consistent, and we'll see a lot of reasons that will, or a lot of those same reasons reflecting over and over again. And so we need to make sure that we're drawing on that as we go. But also another consideration that I have is we need to have true intent in what we're doing, and then matching that intent with the capacity and the community need. So within my organization, we work with a lot of students, and the university comes into that and plays it by supporting us both in kind and financially. And those are all really important pieces. And we need to make sure that we're matching that true intent and need, and we need to examine why we're looking at student engagement. Is it to serve the community, or is it more so to benefit the student? And I'm thinking the more I'm digging into this, it is to benefit the student, especially in a context like we've been talking about it today. And that's not a bad thing. That's just fine. And sometimes we need to be making sure that we're bridging that gap because that's the key component to engagement. If we're not bringing people in to the community in a way that's accessible and relevant to them, we're not going to make any meaningful engagement happen at all. And so the university also has many contributions that they make, and students are a major source of energy, and that's what we like to draw on in our organization. I was a student who came through the University of Regina and got involved in Search and couldn't leave. It really grabbed me at the right time in the right way, and I hope to be able to do that for other students because it's been able to open up so many doors. Each and every one of us holds many different talents that we can contribute, but the most important things that I think we need to remember is that we need to bring groups together to have that meaningful engagement, and also determining and defining what engagement is in a variety of different contexts, because each and every one of us in all of our different nonprofits and organizations and universities and so on and so forth all have it mean a different thing. But as long as we're making it meaningful and having that correct intent, then I think that's where we need to build from. And to reflect, or not reflect, but to echo a little bit on what many people have said, relationships take time. It's not going to happen without that understanding of relationships and that they evolve and continue to build. But let's remember that there is always that one main goal. And if for that today, I want to propose it to be engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. All right, and next we have Sarah Gallagher from St. John Ambulance, Saskatchewan.
Yes, thanks for having me. Just to give you a little bit of background with me, I have been working in nonprofit now for the total of 13 years. So I've worked with various nonprofits, including the Canadian Red Cross. I've volunteered with Habitat. I've worked with Ronald McDonald, Canadian Blood Services, and La Fédération des francophones de Saskatoon, which is the Saskatchewan Francophone Association. Sorry, bad translator. I'm a French, sorry. Anyways, I have to echo what was just said in terms of it grabbed me at a young age. So nurturing that is incredibly important. When it comes to the university, or any university, it's further educating students on the nonprofit world and how it can be attractive. It is an image that needs to be changed. We're going through that right now. Collaboration is a big deal. Yes, relationships, I'm echoing exactly what everyone else has said, but relationships are vital to our survival. I've worked in nonprofits where, we really had to fight for a grant. We didn't get it. That means we didn't get a paycheck for 2 months. So the university, I guess, representatives or ambassadors really need to embed that in the students of how important it is to do community service, to advocate for nonprofit, and the difference that it can make in your community, but also it fills up your cup. I know it sounds corny, but it really, really does impact your life. Creating a space for conversation. So one thing that's interesting that I just want to share is that for the first time in 13 years, just recently this past month, I had someone from the university approach me. That's never happened before, ever. We are having to approach the universities. So having you guys approach us and say, hey, what's possible? What kind of programs or incentives can we give our students? How can we help you? Because honestly, we want to find out how we can help you guys too. So it's just having a very open dialogue regarding that. Also, I love how VSSN has a job board. It's more programs like that. We always need help. We're not in it for the money, as you have echoed. We're not in it for the salary. We're in it for the passion and the love for nonprofit. So we would love for students to get experience and to fall in love with nonprofit, even if it's for a short time, just for a short time. You don't have to be a lifer, like many of us, it sounds like we are, but just to even get into it for a little while. And the other thing is to celebrate our wins. Because we go out to the community, we have to really work at being visible. We would love to have the university congratulate us on our 100th year in Saskatchewan. Little things like that make the biggest difference. And then, yeah, it's just creating a space to educate and discuss possibilities in partnership. And yeah, that's it. Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Okay. So next we have our two representatives from Enactus, and I trust part of what you'll do is help us understand what Enactus is, but then go beyond that because same questions that everybody's addressed. So you'll be starting off?
Perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. There is a little, in your package, I'll start off, there is a little sheet that you can kind of follow along as I go through our introduction. First of all, I am Jonathan, or you can call me John. I am the Vice President of Communications with Enactus, and I have been for this past academic year. And I love what I do with Enactus, and I think as I kind of get into what Enactus is, I think that's one of the biggest commonalities of Enactus students and of students of the university who take part in Enactus is these students are passionate, and it's reflective in what they do with us. So what Enactus is, it's an international organization, it's a network, speaking again about synergy and creating partnerships of a bunch of different, essentially university communities, Enactus teams who do work in their own communities. This, of course, is we're Enactus Regina. We are based out of the University of Regina, and we are the Regina chapter. Enactus, in general, concerns itself with social entrepreneurship. So essentially building projects, building initiatives in the community that help the community. And the way that it kind of structures that is the university students are empowered and it's very much up to the individual community to go out and develop those projects. And I'll kind of hand this off to my colleague here, Abbas, to answer that question even more.
Yes, thank you. So just to start off by answering question one, how can the university contribute to community success? Well, speaking from a student's point of view, I think it comes down to two main things that we found that Enactus is, well, number one, Enactus is community, sorry. A big part of Enactus's contribution to the community is the development of partnerships with community organizations to extend our reach. So that means that by partnering with other organizations, we get access to other resources, we get to make a greater difference, and we get to extend our reach. So just to give you guys an example of a partnership that Enactus has done in the past is with the Regina Food Bank. And with them, we have actually sent out 60 volunteers, and those 60 volunteers have given over 700 hours of their time in 2018 alone. So yeah, that's a pretty big difference that we're making. And the second thing is that one of our organization's largest contribution to the community success is the empowerment of students through entrepreneurship. So that means that Enactus's impact, more often than not, students are underestimated in what they can accomplish as leaders of their community. So Enactus's impact is give students the opportunity to Enactus gives students the opportunity, knowledge, and resources to run projects and create the impact that they are passionate about. We have found that by putting students in a position of leadership, they feel empowered to give to the community. These are students who, after completing their degree, will take the learning experience that they had with Enactus and use it to make a difference in the community. And I can actually speak from personal experience because I've learned a lot of valuable experience from working with projects in Enactus. And I've actually implemented those in some of my own practices that I do outside of the university, and as well as inside, working with different clubs and organizations and initiatives that I've launched. So these are, as I said, the students who get to use these skills to make the difference in the future. And effectively, what our organization does is that we work both to improve our community in the present, as well as empower students to be leaders of change for a lifetime and in the long run. And now I'd like to pass it off to Jonathan to tackle question two.
Yeah, actually, just to kind of wrap that up, I don't know how much time I have left on that.
You're doing fine. You're good.
Just to kind of close kind of on further how the Enactus process works. The Enactus as a whole, as a community, breaks down the kind of the impact that we do into numbers. We find ways to essentially, of course, we seek the opportunity within our community. We take the action, and then we enable progress is kind of the three steps within Enactus, and that's the Enactus framework that we implement. It's the kind of the entrepreneurial process as Enactus defines it. And as students, as kind of Abbas touched on, we really are empowered and given the opportunity to kind of step into the position of leadership and the position of a project manager and of an executive. Speaking from my own experience, it really is empowering, and it makes you see how big this not-for-profit sector is and how much opportunity there is to build synergy and build these partnerships and create other works within the community that students I don't think thought they could do before. So that's really a huge part of what we do, is just allowing students to really learn about their own strengths and how their own strengths can provide to the community. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's give everybody a round of applause. So this is the opportunity for you to ask some questions of our panelists. Do we have somebody who'd care to lead off?
Hello. Thank you all. That was great, and it was really wonderful to hear about the work each of you are doing. And I guess a question that occurred to me while you were talking is, and this kind of ties into a question that came up in the last panel, how have universities changed, right? And how are they changing? And one thing that I know I was talking to Rhonda about that we didn't get to speak to is that, what counts as knowledge has changed in some significant ways, right? Compared to, when Socrates and Plato were doing their thing. And so, that's been an incredible change, and one that we're seeing so much of now, right? At FN we traditional knowledge is really valued, right? And we absolutely look to the nonprofit sector in some significant ways, right, to provide knowledge for in the classroom, and as guest speakers in terms of our research. But so I wanted to ask you guys, where do you go when in terms of information gathering? Where are those key resources for you? And is it the university or is it not? And is it not? Where are you finding the greatest information of valued information in terms of the work you do? And where could the university maybe fill that gap? How could the university fill that gap rather? So.
Thank you. So, Yvonne, you want to start off?
I think you're right. Knowledge has changed because problems have changed, right? And no longer can we solve them within one academic discipline. So I think it's multidisciplinary, it's interdisciplinary. Within the university, we have to work across disciplines, and seeking out those relationships internally is really important, what that knowledge is, and bringing people together, because you might not know, right? As David alluded to, we're dealing with some wicked problems where we might not even know what that problem is. So the key resources, I think, are within the university, and having forums like this just to bring people together to identify who's interested, who's working on what, and to try to create I guess, a database around that, and to interact with those individuals on a regular basis. And I think that was really the kind of the impetus of today. But where do we go? I mean, we've heard about knowledge and praxis, or we've heard about praxis. Scholarly journals are obviously important. Practice journals are important. There's so much knowledge that we have to have access to, and I think this has kind of overwhelmed our lives, that we have to not only keep abreast of traditional scholar, and the nature of scholarship has changed. It's no longer just peer-reviewed publications, it's new courses, it's online tools, it's service to society, it's software and patents and intellectual property. And our heads are spinning around all of this stuff, and which discipline values what part of that scholarship, right? I don't even think, because it's so emerging so quickly, that we really need as a university to get a handle on that. And because I think it's particularly adding to our workloads, and then our ability to really connect to community, to really engage, especially for those of us who this is our core competencies.
I came to the work that I do from the academic world, and so my natural first instinct when I don't understand something is to look on JSTOR, but it doesn't always serve me that well. And I think what I've learned in the past couple of years is that I don't necessarily know what I don't know, and that when I'm in a situation like that, it's having colleagues and people who can sort of point me in the right direction that is the most useful the most useful tool for me.
The more we start to dig in and look with community or look at the community, work with the community, the more that we don't know. And I think that becomes really evident for our students, particularly in my organization, when they'll come to the clinic, they'll start to volunteer. We know they come with great skill sets, and then they engage and they're like, wow, I don't know anything. And so that is a challenge. And then so how do we build that, and how do we put that theory that they know, because they have that skill set, they have that knowledge base, how do we put that into practice? And so a lot of times it does come down to that the knowledge that they're gaining from the university. I know for myself, when I'm looking for that information, we've been really successful in partnering with different classes. So from an organizational capacity perspective, we have right now, one of the things Search is doing is working with Yvonne's Nonprofit and Innovation Leadership Certificate 200 course in developing a lot of kind of better practices for Search. So the students are digging into the organization, learning about the organization, and then coming back and presenting to us so that we can take that and run with it. And so that's very cost effective and very innovative. And it's been really beneficial to us in the past. We've done it with other courses as well. And then sometimes there's almost too much information at times. Like, I know there's so much coming through my inbox and I'm just trying to take it all in, and there's a toolkit here and a toolkit there, and I'm scanning. Okay, great. File it away in my brain, next. And I'm working on a project right now that's doing community-based research, and we're trying to develop a toolkit, and I'm so scared that that's going to happen to that, and I'm trying to balance that out. So I don't know. It's a tricky thing to balance and figure out as we go, because we need that information, we need access to it, but then there's a lot out there, and how do we narrow it down is still a challenge. But I think maybe it's through those partnerships that we can leverage it a little bit.
So part of my job is I call it a relationship manager. So I'm coming at this from strictly a non-faculty point of view and simply nonprofit. And we have looked to the different universities and colleges within Saskatchewan for some resources, but we really have to diversify just because we're in a position where you have to know people in different areas. But right now I'm learning so much, which is fantastic, knowing what type of programs you guys have. And now I can say confidently that I will reach out and it will be a point of contact. But have we always looked to the university? No. And sometimes it's been difficult, right? Because you guys have a lot going on and a lot of different research going on where we need a quick answer, or we need to know, can we get funding? How much community involvement can we get? And it's not always that easy. So my point of view is a little bit different than you guys because I'm not working here, but I'm happy to say that now I'll have more confidence approaching the universities. So,
just to share my perspective from a student's point of view is when we start a new project or an initiative in Enactus, it usually it begins with a thorough needs assessment. And with that thorough needs assessment, we can identify the type of information we need and the type of data that's going to help us. And I think what's helped us the most has been partnering with other organizations who've already done the work in the past. And that really gives us a good base to build off of. And we can use their framework and the data they've collected and just build off of it. And yeah, I don't know if John wants to add anything.
I'll just give an example. I think very recently we started our newest project it's a micro business incubator. It's just started up about a month ago, and one of our major partners is United Way, and we used a lot of their data that they had on kind of micro businesses in the city and kind of families who might need that second income, and that was a big driving factor in how we structured the opening of that project. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very useful. Do we have another question? You do realize our panel is now waiting for the Socratic question to be offered, but and we appreciate it.
I want to share something. We've been talking in generalities, but I want to talk very specific. And I want to identify St. John's Ambulance. We had a problem. I'm from Waskimo, which is a private, non-profit organization. And I'm non-profit because I haven't made any money out of it, you know? But I just want to tell you, I've been working on this Waskimo project for like 18 hours a day. This is volunteer, no money. But I can tell you one thing, the excitement you get in achieving or trying to reach your objective, which is very high, you know, is the greatest excitement that I can think. So I just wanted to share that. And thank you. Thank you, St. John's. It has made a big difference. All we did was one call and they were there. And one of the ladies there, I forget her name, she has been a volunteer there for 30 years, 35 years.
Well, we have Rose, who just celebrated her 55th year.
Oh my gosh.
There you go. And you can't imagine the excitement of this lady, you know, as a volunteer. And you know, I can't, no amount of money, no amount of anything could replace that. She brought the expertise, she made it happen, and we had no problem. Thank you.
That's excellent. That's excellent. 55 years, my gosh. Do we have another question? We got a couple in the back here now. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was looking at your Enactus brochure, and you talked about your vision, and you included the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are to guide the global development agenda until 2030. And apparently the governments of the world have committed a lot, billions of dollars, supposedly on paper, to go towards these goals. And it's the nonprofit sector that, in many ways, is the sector that can meet the environmental goals, the social goals, and so on. So I guess I'm interested in Enactus in particular. Why did you bring in the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Was there some strategic reason why that's your framing vision? And then maybe with the other voluntary sector organizations that are often after money, here you've got the governments of the world committing to lots of money for the Sustainable Development Goals. Are you positioning yourselves around those goals?
That's great question. And actually, that wasn't our decision as Enactus Regina to take on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's Enactus as a global organization took that on a couple of years ago, and they. The nice thing about the Sustainable Development Goals is when you're applying for the funding or when you're applying for in Enactus, we have project accelerators. Using and hitting on the Sustainable Development Goals are fantastic. Right, if you're and they love to see those, and people in that context, and in the not-for-profit context, as you mentioned, a lot of people who are furthering those goals, people get that. And then what we find is when we go to present to other students, or it's not as glamorous. It's something that not a lot of students will identify with right away. So it's definitely been an amazing tool in terms of speaking with government organizations, speaking with those organizations that have that CSR awareness and can kind of understand what the global movements are in creating social change. So I think that's part of, to answer your question as to why Enactus moved that in a way, more or less justifying kind of that change. When we approach our projects, that's of course we look to find the local community need, but also how it can answer to those United Nations kind of those global needs that are also coming through. That's kind of our perspective when we approach projects. Yeah, I think that answers. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Abbas, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Maybe if you wanted to know the amount of UN SDGs we're hitting right now, I believe it's over at least 13 out of 17, I think. So, yeah, from our many different projects that we do.
Thank you. Sarah, did you have a comment?
I don't think I do, actually. I think I'd like to hear from Marcia.
Or you, I think the question was, were you working towards any of those goals in your own agencies? Yeah. The UN Sustainable Development Goals.
Actually, I can't answer that right now.
Yeah.
I can't say I can speak to it directly right now. I'd want to dig into it a little bit deeper. But when you posed your question, one of the questions I immediately had was, should the nonprofit sector immediately change? Or should the programs and services change to follow the money? My gut reaction is no, but I think, and maybe we need to put it back on to say the money needs to come to where the work is being done in those areas, and that's going to spur that innovation, maybe. I think that's where we look in a lot of different sectors, how we want things to change and evolve in that way. It's particularly in like private or business. And so maybe that's how we go about it. Like that's where we can draw and learn from pieces. Yeah, I don't know.
I just came back from Arizona at a big conference where the United Nations Development Program were there and talking about not working, not in the community, but how do they prepare their own workforce to actually have the leadership knowledge and skills to achieve those goals. And so the last 3 years, they've been spending time looking at and developing a leadership framework, creating a curriculum, and trying to access the latest knowledge and resources so that they can make a difference. And now as they develop their workforce, they're going to move into how do they work with local communities? How do they train their workforce to empower those local communities rather than to do it for them? And so that's the next stage in their development, but they're very serious about it. And it was really inspiring to meet them and now to try to link up with them and our organization to see how we might be able to help with boots on the ground.
Thank you.
I have one other thing to add to that, actually, and one of the most common things, sustainable development goals that Enactus teams often meet is the 17th one, which is partnerships for the goals. And I think that's a lot of what we are working at here today, and I think that's really exciting, whether it's specifically meeting other United Nations development goals or doing the work that we are in our community and the work that all the volunteers and everyone kind of here administering works at. Yeah.
Excellent point. Let's please join me in thanking our panelists for an excellent panel. I will now relinquish the microphone to Dean Griefenhagen, who will take us to the next step of the afternoon.
All right, this is where we get to move around a bit. It's sort of like speed dating, but not really quite. It's speed discussion. So these are the roundtable discussions. So the Planning Committee brainstormed a list of 15 questions covering different aspects of the topic of community engagement. And you had in your packet, there's the list of those 15 questions on this sheet. And it also indicates which table those questions will be discussed at. So we'll have 2 roundtable discussions of no more than 15 minutes. So we'd ask, hopefully you've chosen by now or will choose the 2 questions which you want to discuss, and then you'll have to zero in on the table to go to for that discussion. If the table is full, please move to another one that you would like to discuss. When the first discussion period is over, the chime will sound, and it'll be time to move to another table. At each table, there will be facilitators who will be noting the key themes that emerged at each table and be prepared to report on them. And there are note takers there as well who will be capturing the conversation. And at the end of the round tables, we'll have about 20 minutes for reports and review of the discussion. All right, so go.
I had one in my briefcase. Cool. I look forward to looking.
That's your signal to go to another table. All right, we're done with the second round of discussion. This is really speedy. So we've got a bit of time now to share some of the key issues or comments. And our keynote speaker, David, will be going around from table to table and asking you to do a bit of reporting. So,
Thank you, Volker. Yes, this is indeed speedy. I forget who said this might be like speed dating, but conceptual speed dating. What are you going to do? Anyway, in the interest of time, we'll go around and invite each table to share a highlight or two that was particularly sort of insightful and useful. You have the questions that each table addressed in your packet. And so we'll just go through. Unfortunately, we do not have time to get into elaborate discussion, but please remember that today's session is the start of something, not the end of something. This is simply a transitional point from which we can move from here. So let me start by asking Kelly for an observation or two from table number one, which was looking at what are the benefits of community engagement. Could you think of any?
We went a couple different directions. I think from the most recent conversation we just had here, focused a lot around humility and understanding what we do not know, and having that focus how we approach our relationships with the community and engaging with that. My first conversation, we talked a lot about university and why now are we so focused on engagement? Why has academia been so separate for so long? And kind of more just reflective pieces around that.
Okay, I think there's probably a very long conversation with multiple pieces to that, but that sounds great. Thank you very much. So let's give table a round of applause. We appreciate the engagement. And we'll go from here to table two. Abbas, are you ready to offer a thought or two?
So I like this past discussion we were just having, and it was about why communities' relationships are valuable. And I really like this one thing we were talking about, which was how technology and like computer science helps with community relationships and making it valuable for communities. And really, if you think about it, just to give you one example, is Facebook, right? One of the biggest technology companies. And think about how many relationships and communities have developed right through this one tech company. And there's like hundreds of other, examples like Facebook. And I think that that was a good discussion which we were having here, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's give table two a round of applause. And by the way, I'm acknowledging in particular that we have a facilitator who stayed with each table. Kelly, Abbas, thank you very much for doing that. All right, so we all proceed to table three. You're both looking shocked and concerned, but
Never, never. I'm Wally. No, I'm not. He's sick, so I'm filling in. We didn't talk about relationships. We began to form one because there were just the two of us. And so we didn't really address the question for this table. But I will say that in talking to a mother and a person who works with Diabetes Saskatchewan, is that it? That the interest in what we're doing at the university and the need for connecting with what's being done really profiles what a bad job we're doing in communicating what we're doing. And so if there's some research and communication towards that piece, that I think is part of what's missing, and to put our efforts into working with the community so that children and potential students, practicum students, are accessible and know about VSSN and different projects. So it was a pleasure, Ginny.
all right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Not Wallace, for stepping in. Brenda, appreciate that. So let me come over here to Bettina and invite her to share what she can. What are some best practices from your experience that and talked about?
So I had one wonderful person sit with me here. So I'll share what I heard from Samantha, and you know, one of the key things we discussed was the importance of more community engagement opportunities in university early on, right? Through courses, right? Getting out there, you know, working with nonprofits in different capacities in some way earlier on in university, because it became, you know, through our conversation, it was clear that she would have liked that opportunity earlier on in her education, right? You know, it certainly opened up doors for her significantly since she has been working with Search, and you know, having a bit more exposure early on in university was the key theme we talked about, and it was a great discussion, and I really appreciated learning about what she's doing, and actually learn more about Search, which was really exciting. I really enjoyed that, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Table 4 and Bettina. Table 5, our topic, what have you learned from your engagement experience? Jonathan and crew, what do you have to report?
Great, thank you. I think one of the bigger themes that came up in the kind of the previous discussion was that being a part of the community is an honor, and identifying the perspectives within a community is so important, and taking the time to adapt yourself to the context of the community, and learn about what those community values are, and how to assess the need of that, and how to answer and respond to the need of that. And then kind of also boils down to looking for the passion and following the passion in the community, and the people who are passionate about their community, and who know about the history. And we talked a little bit about heritage, specifically to Saskatchewan, which was really nice. And just kind of following up in this conversation here, also again just about kind of planting lifelong seeds of passion for volunteering and for the community, and building those seeds in our youth, really, to grow and to do that for a lifetime. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Applause for Jonathan, Table 5. So, Ingrid, you prepared to report. You're Table 6, so this is what are some of the most promising and beneficial ways?
Well, we kind of veered off topic too, but the ones that were the most promising and beneficial were the ones that where it connected the needs of students with the needs of community organizations, and were initiated by community, and where there were mutual beneficial relationships. And then we veered off to talk about other things, including the fact that both community and university can play a great role in advocating for one another. So if there are great projects in the community, that we would have a responsibility to make sure that those higher up the food chain, so to speak, know about those projects, and that we really do see a need to be affecting change at senior management levels at university and government and around. So that's where we ended up.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. In the interest of expedience, I'm going to shift to Table 10. And Jennifer, you're going to report for this table. Our topic is, what are the greatest challenges?
Thank you, David. Yes, we had lots to discuss on both of the roundtables. Many of the challenges institutionally boils down to that academics don't always get credit for community engaged learning. So institutions really need to work on recognizing community engaged learning as an academic criteria, and that it is a valued contribution to university and community work. Another challenge is provincial economy, and as the governments scale back in funding, this poses more challenges for the nonprofit sector and community and university. There's also gaps in getting university expertise to the community level. So really continuing to work on breaking down barriers between the university and community to create better partnerships and collaboration.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Working way along, Dean Volker shall.
So the question here was, are there particular fields of work or types of activities that hold the greatest promise for community-engaged learning, success, and impact? And the answer was no and yes. No, in the sense that we have to be really careful about, in advance deciding these kind of things. It's a matter of connecting people together, and if anything, maybe the field that the university can do really well at is helping to make these liaisons and bridges so that we can find out what the needs are and connect the right people up together and do that. But yes, there were some that were mentioned. Research, the university knows how to do research. A lot of organizations need that skill, need help with that skill, help in doing that, and that's definitely a point. The education field is by nature very community oriented, and so that's another obvious one. And the environmentalism is big, and that is a field. And then a lot of, it sounded like a lot of nonprofits would really appreciate help with especially the technology of modern communication, help with getting in on social media, Twitter, design, visual design, and things like that, that would be a useful area.
Excellent, thank you. A round of applause for Table 9. So you're going to pass the buck here. Okay, well, so Table 8, Elder Noel is going to pass the assignment on to a younger colleague to take the horns and develop this. Excellent.
My name's Hannah. I was the note taker for Table 8, so I've got it all here. So we were talking about building effective community engagement experiences, and we talked a lot about the spiritual connections to education and spiritual and passionate connections to volunteerism, and how space needs to be provided for that kind of spiritual connection. And that's one of the many ways to do that is through that experiential learning experience, that you can't just be looking at those educational materials on paper. You need to be engaging in the community and engaging with those passionate people that understand that spiritual connection and can give that side of education that so often is left off of the curriculum or left out of academic spaces. We also discussed addressing privilege, addressing the defaults of our society, of our kind of white Christian defaults in education and in community involvement, and trying to work past those barriers to have a more meaningful and more deep or passionate connection to our volunteer work or our community work.
Excellent. Let's give it a round of applause. Thank you, Hannah. You didn't know what you signed up for, did you? We call this leadership development. All right, Sarah, Table 7.
So we had, what kinds of community engagement experiences would you like to see? And funny enough, our entire table was full of nonprofits. So we came up with, we would like, since we're at the university outreach, the relationship that would benefit both your research and our volunteer needs. So there'd be a mutual contribution, open partnerships and connections, being a natural connector, saying, we as a university know this corporation that could be right up your alley. Here's the guy's number, there you go. And then with all that, we would see practical action with open dialogue.
Excellent, thank you very much. Table 7, Sarah. All right, in keeping with not going in sequence, number 14, your topic was what kinds of support will improve the potential for successful student engagement. Sarah?
Well, the thing that came out as sort of an emerging theme from the couple of conversations that we had was just how much student energy is wanted and desired and appreciated in nonprofits. And so, the students who are here in this room are people who are already engaged, but I think worth noting that the people that were at this table were having a conversation about how much your work is appreciated and your presence in the community is appreciated.
Thank you, very nice. Let me move to Table 13, to Patricia.
Thank you. Our topic was the most common blocks to developing successful initiatives. And in the first session, we had someone talking about being at that stage of just being sort of new to figuring out where to make partnerships with the university, and was fairly new to this. And that connected well with the second session where there was some talk about there's no sort of orientation week for community on campus. And that we're actually dealing with some social and physical separation from the rest of the city. Some people never set foot on this campus, and we're not good at reaching out of our space. There are a couple of student buses, but they go to the edges of the city for grocery shopping. And there was the quote, students are the energy. So one idea was to have, it occurred to me there's a big hole on the corner of Albert and Victoria, but we probably couldn't go there. So the idea of maybe nonprofits creating spaces or help working with them to create spaces for learning and studying within the community so we can get out into the community more. Also some discussion of the UN development goals, and that might be something that both the university and community partners don't know enough about, but could work around together.
Excellent, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. So we'll now go to likely new possibilities. Yvonne?
Sure. Our question was when we consider likely new possibilities for community engagement, what seemed to be the most needed that could be easily or efficiently developed, low-hanging fruit, and what might have the greatest potential for long-term benefit. And interesting, each table had a different, there was a different conversation, and the themes didn't really, there were not similarities between them. So I'm just going to go through them. One, the low-hanging fruit, engaging students in courses that connect with community, so experiential learning around social media, marketing, that was said, fundraising, because staff really don't have the latest knowledge and there are best practices out there that they might want students to help them learn. And the second was professional development for staff, courses that they could take from continuing education if they were accessible for them. And then technical assistance that they could access from us around recruitment, retention of new staff, surveying the environment around emerging issues and trends. And then more of a longer term was around competency of cultures and even redefining what that is, going beyond race and ethnicity to age. And we had a lot of talk about the need to expose or develop basic knowledge, but expose cultures to different cultures. An example of one of our members who's from lived on reserve her whole life and would like to interact with other cultures and to know what is culturally, what those practices are. So from basic knowledge to exposure to engagement with each other in dialogue and discussion, and then creating some values and principles that might guide our work together. So those were some of the themes.
Excellent, thank you very much. So, the finger was pointed at you. Lagan obviously is not here. Are you able to report?
Thank you. My name is Carrie Strathy, and I work at the University of Regina Lifelong Learning Center. I had the pleasure of talking to two groups about what future might look like in terms of some of the best new opportunities for university community engagement. And one that came out very clearly in both groups was the changing demographics of Regina. The fact that Regina now has a lot more newcomers, immigrants, and refugees who've moved to the city, and a lot more visibility with Indigenous people and Métis people as well. And those are areas where the university could reach out. That oftentimes when things happen with regard to community university engagement, it's inviting the community to come to the university. But the university also needs to go into the community because sometimes these groups are not familiar with the university in terms of bus service to get here, parking if they happen to drive, and just may not have a comfort level with the university itself. So if we can have university people go out to other places, that would be helpful. When we look at things that the university has done in recent years in terms of inviting the community to the university, it's often and almost exclusively related to academics. Things like university admission on the spot. So people who are potentially university students are invited here. Are there ways that we can invite younger people to the university before they get to be in grade 12 so that they get to know more about what the university has to offer and decide that the university is in fact a place that they would like to go? So are there open house kinds of things that we can do that would bring people to the university to learn more about things other than academics, but to learn about some of the research and the other activities that people from the university community are interested in being involved in? And I think one great opportunity, and I'm putting in a plug for the Center for Continuing Education where I work, is that we've just revitalized the campus. We will be back there in September. And we are part of the university, but we're also a little bit separate, a little bit easier to get to. And I hope you'll all come and join us for some great activities in September, including the academics at the university, because we can help you to showcase what you do to the rest of the community.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And last but not least, we will go to table 15. And your question, how can we engage with culturally diverse communities in respectful and equitable ways? I'm astonished that they asked you to facilitate this table. What do you have to say?
Thank you. Well, some of our discussion was exactly what Carrie was talking about, as going out to where people gather, figuring out where the groups that you are wanting to connect with actually gather anyways. So, and I'm gonna put in some plugs for us that we have an online calendar. And we get a lot of different ethnocultural groups doing activities, or here's a real plug, March 21st, next Wednesday, we are doing a public forum with the Regina Symphony Orchestra and Public Library and Saskatchewan Orchestral Association. It will be at the Mama Wayataton Center, which, if you have not been there, is an incredible facility. So it is where, it's where Scott Collegiate used to be. And it includes the Albert Scott Library, and it's an absolutely gorgeous facility. Come join us, talk about racism. Come join us. But go where people are. And don't just expect them to come to you. Don't say our doors are open. We know your doors are open. But you need to convince people, or we, all of us, need to convince people that what we're offering is actually for me. I need to see myself reflected. We need to involve people, engage people from the beginning of planning to the end of evaluation. And we need to include people, the people who are the targets of the programs need to be involved in the decision making. We need to see everybody in an organization as part of the solution. So we had somebody talking about, like, I'm expected in my position to have all the knowledge about this, but I know that there are other people in the organization who might be in a variety of different positions, but they've got knowledge too. Tap into that. So we had lots of big conversation. Those are lots of points, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lots of excellent information and insights, beginnings of ideas. Let me now turn the microphone, if I can get there, over to Dean Griefenhagen, who will lead us to the next closing element of what we do today.
Yep. All right. So what do you think? Was this a good day? A good afternoon? All right. I found I found it was wonderful, and I didn't fall asleep, which is really good. So, just a few last minute things here. The planning committee, chaired by Yvonne Harrison and Sarah Hanna, will review and summarize the information gathered today, so it'll be made available to you. Look in your packets, or even on the tables. There's information how you can join the network. Basically, we just need your email address, and if you aren't part of that yet, I'd urge you to do that, because you'll receive electronic updates on VSSN and the next steps for community engagement. You'll be receiving an evaluation form via email that we hope you will complete. We value your input, and it will aid us in planning and preparing future community building sessions. To follow the conversation today, there's a Twitter hashtag, so if you know how to do that, follow away. I won't. I'm a Luddite, and I don't even have a cell phone, so I can't do that. I want to just very quickly thank again those who are responsible for the event, the planning committee. I want to thank especially also our keynote speaker, Dr. David Rentz, all the university and community leaders, presenters, and then every one of you that isn't encompassed with what I've just said, for taking the time out of your busy day to help us engage as a community together. And I hope, they're all gone now, but there were the volunteer program booths up there. I hope you had a chance to see what they were doing and to help them out. A couple of plugs is tomorrow at Luther College starting at 9:30 with a smudging ceremony is an event, Going Beyond Words, honoring our children and youth. This is a workshop that will go till 2, including lunch. We gather to develop concrete ways to support our Indigenous and non-Indigenous youth in their work on reconciliation. Kind of a key person there is going to be Sylvia Smith, who's the creator of Project of Heart, community leaders from the Circle Project, and youth from the Canadian Roots Exchange. Our young people are really doing an amazing job, as some of us heard, but it's hard, and they need the support in working on this reconciliation. So I invite you to go to that. And then this is a much more future plug, and much more in terms of the nonprofit community is the 3rd annual Common Threads Conference, which brings together, where the Voluntary Sector Studies Network brings together a lot of people to hear research, to network, and so on. This will be happening on June 14th, 2018. And it's Going Beyond Word. Oh, no, that's the one I just did, sorry. The theme and question for that conference is diversity and inclusion. How can we be more representative of the communities we serve? It'll feature Dr. Patricia Bradshaw, Dean of the Sobey School of Business at St. Mary's University, who will share research on the effects of social, functional, and transformational inclusion on the performance of nonprofit boards and organizations. And the conference will also feature local experts who will address different aspects of the conference theme. So June 14th, just laser it into your brain and you'll have it there. And then I know you're just sticking around because there's the final thing, which is the draw, right? So I don't know if Sarah is still around, and Rob from the Riders. They are the ones who provided the gifts, so we'll have you come forward and we'll do the draws. He's coming up. Okay. Yeah, so you know that in your name tag is your ticket, right? So go into your name tag and pull it out, and it's all by numbers. So the first winner here is 208-7745. Yeah. There might be people who went, they forfeited their chance. So we'll have to draw another one. All right, this is 208-7750. Oh, no. They all begin with 208, right? Okay, so I won't say those numbers. Okay, 7821. Go ahead. 7824. Yay, come on up. Oh, I'll pull the next one. Okay, while Brian's coming up here, we'll pull for the next one, 7734. Yay, come on up. And this is the last one.
The last one for me.
Yeah, yeah, right. So now 7743. No. Oh, do you want me to choose one? 7826. Yay! Okay, come on up. That's it for now. We just have the last one here. Yes. Now, I think, Rob, you need to explain this one. This is a pretty special prize.
So from our 2017 inaugural season in the new stadium, this is a football signed by all the players from last year.
Oh, wow. So why don't you pick the winning? That's not fair. All right, for this big gift, the winning number is 7774. Oh no. Okay. All right. 7, 8, 2, 9. All right. 7, 8, 2, 8. Ah, right on. Let's check that one out. Okay, it's verified. Well, thanks, folks, for coming and spending the afternoon together. I think it was very successful, and have a rest of a good evening and a weekend. Drive safe.
One on the football.
Yeah, no kidding, eh? Yeah.
Oh, he's handing you with Mike because he has no idea. He thinks it's a football.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, you're close, Brian.